Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Hey,
Hi, everyone.
how you doing?
Hello.
Councilman Howe, we are live and streaming.
Thank you. So the time is now 5:01 and the Warwick City Council Finance Committee is open. Of course, this never fails. As soon as we get started, my secondary computer reboots. No sooner we get started, it reboots. We'll be going in here in 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Okay, if I may have an acceptance for the minutes for the January 19th meeting, motion for the acceptance of the minutes of the January 19th meeting.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Okay. First item is bid 2022-316 redistricting services. Who's here to present for that? Is that you, Neil? Or is that Carrie? Hi, Carrie. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. You have the floor.
I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carrie Natalillo, the Director of Elections. I'm coming before you this evening to ask for spending authority for the budget amount of $80,000, which was put into the budget by my predecessor. I've gone back and tried to do as much research, as this will be my first time doing redistricting. I found that back in 2012, the city did spend a total of $62,287. The Rhode Island Joint Committee on Legislative Services has contracted with Election Data Services, or EDS as it's called, to conduct the necessary redistricting system and support services to accomplish this project. The City of Warwick and the Board of Canvassers would like to piggyback this agreement to ensure an accurate and timely confirmation with the state senatorial and representative districts at the local ward level. I'm asking you for a cap of $80,000. These funds would be coming out of 17-308.
Thank you so much, Carrie.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of the committee on bid 2022-316? Nope.
Not for me, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions from members of the council? Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention that the group that we are using is the same group that the state uses. So it's the one that did the maps that the state house is looking at. So it's all consistent. It's all the same people. So that's why we went with this with this group. And as the director mentioned, that this is in the budget. They knew that this was coming up. So Dottie put it in her budget last year. So it is for spending authority. It's the same group that's done the maps statewide, the same experts. So they'll have the expertise to walk us through this. So just want to make that comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Carrie, this is required every 10 years by the federal, state, and municipalities.
Yes, correct. So the
Okay.
last one was in 2012.
Thank you so much. Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, the question I have is in the second paragraph, it says, this is in your position paper, it says the city has to go through this process every 10 years after the census is completed. So I assume that the census has been completed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea when that was completed?
I believe it was later. It's normally supposed to be done, I believe, by September. I think it was more October, November by the time it was completed because of COVID.
Okay, but we can all be confident in knowing that it has been completed.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Carrie. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Any other questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Switching over now. Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none, we'll move on. I just want to verify, I know we have the amended, there's no other item that exceeds the 50,000 discussion rate, correct? Thank you, Mrs. Nardilillo.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will now seek from the members of the committee, then to members of council, and then from the general public on items in the bid package that are below the $50,000 threshold that they would like to have open in discussion in this committee. First, I will begin with members of the committee. Are there any items on the bid package you would like to speak? Councilman Gebhardt. Thank you, Councilman Fuller.
Sorry, I was actually just asking for a minute. I just need to pull up my list here.
Take all the time you need, sir.
Thank you. If somebody else has one, they can go first.
Okay, and in the meantime, before I go on to the committee, I do want to remind everyone that this evening at 7 o'clock, we will be discussing the school fiscal note application. This evening at 7 o'clock is when we will discuss at the opening of the council meeting is when the discussion will happen on the school application request. Members of the council, are there any items you would like to discuss in the bid package for members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 2022-318 found on page 6.
That is bid number 3, bid 2022-318 uniform badge and number boards.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 6 found on page 48 is 2021-240B.
Let's get you lovebirds flying. Book a Priceline and you save more.
Don't
All right, just so we're on the same page, Councilman. Item number 6, 2021-240 Bravo. That is the City of Warwick, District 6, gasoline, low sulfur diesel, and ultra low sulfur diesel fuel.
Yes, 2021-240B. That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other?
No, I have
sorry.
all. That's okay. Thank you. Item number 9, 2022-322, rescue repair rescue 14 found on page 62.
Okay. Thank you.
Number 10, 2022-314, State of Rhode Island Electrical Services found on page 66. Item number 11, 2022-291A, found on page 69, overhead door repair and replacement. Item number 15, 2021-134, heating oil, found on page 82. And my last one, item 18, 2022-320, Gatsby 75 and OPEB, found on page 100.
Okay. So just to clarify for you, Councilman Lattiser, you'd like to discuss item number 3, item number 6, item number 9, 10, 11, 15, and 18 from the bid package.
That's correct, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
That is inclusive of the ones that I had marked as well. So we're good.
And which ones were there any specific ones, or was that pretty much all of them?
There was overlap, but
Okay.
I'm good with what he's got.
All right, thank you. Are there any other members of the council that would like to discuss anything from the bid package, any item from the bid package? Are there any members of the public that would like to discuss anything from the bid package? Any members from the public that would like to discuss any items in the bid package? Okay, thank you. Councilman Lattiser, we'll just go in order. We'll start with number 3. Item number 3, that is bid 2022-318. Give me one moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you. That is found on item number 3 is found on page 6, and it goes to page 42, uniform badge number boards. And I see Major Lima is ready. Go ahead, Major Lima.
Waiting for the councilman. He's
Oh, I apologize. I didn't know if you wanted to, Councilman Lattiser, go ahead.
Okay, hi, Major, how are you?
Good, how are you, sir?
Good, thank you. Major, so I see the low bid from Bonnie's Uniform for a total of 11,900. So my question is, why are you looking for 14,611?
Well, so this didn't go out to bid. This was a 56.6 that we put out because it was an alteration to our uniform. And right now Barney's Uniform has that current bid. What we did is we went to a couple of other vendors just to make sure that that price was fair for us and for the city, which it was. Obviously, it was a couple $1,000s less than the other two vendors that we went to. The reason why we're looking for the whole amount is because we're still going to basically preload these badge number boards for future officers that are coming in. That way we'll still have the officers right now having the boards, and then we should probably still get another maybe 20 more numbers made up. So when we have more officers getting out of the academy, we have 3 and now we're anticipating on sending hopefully maybe another 8 or 10 or so to the next academy. They'll already have their badge number board here when they join us, as opposed to when we used to have to order this stuff, once they got hired.
So this award, excuse me, the amount of 14,611, is that something that can only be used for this particular purpose?
So yes, so right now this grant is written up in a manner to utilize it just for the badge boards, correct?
And how many new officers do you intend, or do you anticipate being added to the police department, and over what time period?
I mean, that I can't give you an accurate number. I know right now we're down probably about 10 officers that we're looking to hire. So with retirements, that number is always changing, but right now we're right around the 10 number.
Okay. But again, just for clarification, that roughly 32,600, whatever it is, that's going to remain in that account, can only be used for the badge boards.
100% correct. Yep.
Okay. In your position, well, it's not actually your position, it's from the Department of Justice. They state that if you are a recipient of grant awards under the Omnibus Crime Control Safety Sheet, blah, 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 and your agency is part of a criminal justice system, there are 2 additional obligations that may apply in connection with the awards. Those 2 obligations that they're referring to, does that impact our department? And if so, have those 2 additional obligations been completed?
I don't know which 2 you're referring to, but if we were
Okay,
able to apply for this grant and we were awarded this grant, then yes,
Yep.
we've complied with what the grant criteria is.
Okay, just to be sure on it, one of them is complying with the regulation relating to the Equal Opportunities Program, and 2, submitting findings of discrimination to OCR. So both of those items have been completed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bear with me 1 minute. That's all I have on that one, Chairman. Thank you, Major.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Were there any follow-up questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the committee on bid 2022-318? Thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Well done, Major. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
The next item that requested by Councilman Lattiser is item number 6 in the docket. It is bid 2021-240B that is found on page 48. It is the City of Warwick, District 6, gasoline, low sulfur, diesel, and ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Hello, Chief, how are you?
Good evening, Councilman.
Hi. So I'm reading your position paper here. You speak about the cost of diesel fuel increasing from what it was just over $2 per gallon to over $3.50 a gallon. Those two prices that you are identifying here, are those the wholesale prices that we pay, or are those the prices that we pay on the street?
So that's the prices that we pay per the bid, which is the rack price that they pay at the Port of Providence, plus the increment that the company, the vendor, adds to that, and that's part of what the bid is, and then includes all the taxes and all the other fees that are associated with diesel fuel. So that's our final price.
And what is the wholesale price of diesel fuel? Because diesel fuel, I think, is what your department uses the most of, right? Is diesel fuel?
All right, that's correct. We use diesel fuel only here. The gasoline we actually get back charged through the police department for.
Okay. And what's the wholesale price on diesel fuel today?
Give me 1 second. I'm looking that up for you. So the on our last delivery, the price per gallon was $2.94.25 per gallon, which after taxes comes out to about $3.56 a gallon.
After taxes?
After fuel tax and fees, yep.
Okay. And how much fuel, diesel fuel, do you have left in the tanks as of today?
I'm unaware of what's left in the tanks as of today. What we're looking at is just to get enough fuel that we can estimate that we're going to need until the bid expires, which is like the first week of April. We're actually coming to you the next council meeting for the renewal of that bid.
No, I understand that. I understand that the bid expires April 9th, 2022. But wouldn't you need to know how much fuel you have on hand now in order to predetermine how much fuel you'll need to get through the next 6 weeks?
I just used an average monthly fuel that we've done over the last couple of years and over the last 7 months, more specifically, how much fuel we've used per month. And I just estimated what the next 2 months would cost us. It's just a spending authority. It's not the budget.
I understand. But in order to predetermine how much additional fuel you're going to need, you would need to know how much fuel you have in the tanks now. So if you project you're going to need 1,000 gallons of fuel between now and April 9th, and you've got 1,000 gallons in your tank now, then that's pretty much a wash. So that's why I'm asking how much fuel, and this is a question I ask every time this fuel comes up. So it's nothing new. That's why I'm asking now, how much fuel do you have? I think your tank holds 10,000 gallons of fuel, or 7,000, something like that.
No, we've got several 1,000 gallon tanks around the city. We don't have a 10,000 gallon tank. We got 1,000 gallon tanks. So each of them has less than 1,000 gallons of fuel in each tank, obviously. And it's hard to determine, to use that as a determination as to how much fuel we're going to use, because some of the tanks are used very heavily, like Station 9 near CCRI gets heavily used by the rescues at Kent, and other ones don't get used much at all, like the tank down in Potawatomi. So what's fuel's left in them isn't really a good judge of how much fuel we're going through. It's more of how much fuel weekly do we get delivered, and that runs pretty consistently throughout the year. How much fuel delivery we get per week.
How much fuel do you get delivered per week? I can't hear you, Chief. You're muted. Chief, you're muted. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I got bumped off here. we use about 5,400 gallons a month. So I would say just a little bit over, 1,200 gallons a week.
1,200 gallons a week. And we've got about, 6 weeks left between now and the end of the bid? The end of the contract?
I'd say it's closer to 8 weeks, correct?
8 weeks. Okay, 8 weeks. So that means you're gonna need about 9,600 gallons of fuel to get you through the next 8 weeks, not counting whatever you have in the tank. So let's say what's in the tank is a reserve. And you're using, or at least based upon your estimates of $1,200 a week, you're gonna be needing about $9,600 in fuel. If my math is correct, you're looking for an additional 37,500 based upon, this is dollars. Based upon $3.60 a gallon, you're pretty close. That comes out to about 10,400 gallons. Is that how you came about coming up with this number of 37,500?
That's correct. Yeah, I took about 5,400 gallons a month for the next 2 months. And that calculates out to just over little over $35,000 over the next 2 months. So we were trying to get as close as we could to what
Right.
we thought we were going to use.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure that I was on track with that. And how much is left in your budget for fuel right now?
$37,500. Yeah, we're gonna need to transfer money into diesel fuel to get us from April to the
No.
end of the fiscal year.
Oh, okay, got it.
It wasn't planned out that way, but it worked out. It worked out conveniently for this bid, but not for the fiscal year.
Mhm. Okay. All right, thank you, Chief. Chairman, that's the questions I have on that item.
Okay, Councilman, thank you. Are there any other further comments or questions from members of the committee? Members of the committee, thank you. Are there any further questions or comments from members of the council on bid 2021-240 Bravo? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Chief. Well done. Thanks for being proactive on this. Item bid number 9 is 2022-322. That is found on page 62. I'm
Okay.
Sorry. Scrolling
That's okay.
up. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman. I apologize. Go ahead. You're all set. Thank you. Greenwood
Thank you.
Emergency Vehicles.
Just a couple of quick questions on this one, Chief. I understand what's going on. This Reserve Rescue 14, how old is that vehicle?
It's I believe it's a 2014. It was a used vehicle that we actually picked up from the East Greenwich Fire Department. When they got their new one, this was a good shape reserve, and we had purchased it used from East Greenwich as a reserve truck initially. That was the intent of this truck. But
Okay.
When Rescue 3 went down permanently, this has been running as frontline as Rescue 3 for over a year now.
Okay, thank you for that. And you were just answered my follow-up question, which was going to be, why didn't it include that option in the first place? You just answered that. Thank you.
I've been doing this a long time.
On the with our other rescue units, do they have this option as well?
They do. So this option is spec'd into every new truck since Rescue 1, so about 2015. This truck had it spec'd in. When it was put out of service permanently, it's a $25,000 piece of equipment. It was sitting in a truck that wasn't being used. So we made a decision to take it out of that truck and have it put into the reserve truck, which obviously was bought back in 2013 originally by East Greenwich. They obviously did not have it put in the truck at the time. So we made the decision to move it from one truck to the other.
And how many miles on that rescue now? Rescue Reserve 14?
Jeez, wasn't prepared for that one. I can look it up for you. Give me 1 second.
Sure. At least you just made me feel better, Chief. At least I'm seeing that, my questions are not always predictable.
Yeah, I had most of them, but this one got me. Rescue 14, it's a 2013. As of this week, 194,000 miles on that truck.
Okay. And you feel that this is a vehicle that we're going to be having in service for some reasonable foreseeable future?
Yeah, it'll be at least in service until we get the 2 new rescues. So one of those 2 new rescues will be replacing Rescue 3's vehicle because they obviously don't have a vehicle now. So when that becomes replaced, that is coming in with a power load in it. So this truck will then go back to reserve status, and having a reserve truck with a power load in it is a very nice thing to have for those guys working on the rescue.
Okay.
Well
And
worth the money.
I know, I understand we're talking, relatively short dollars, but I still like to have some of these questions clarified in my mind. Rescue 3, it's permanently out of service now. So is there any value to this vehicle? Is this something that we can sell, or we can cannibalize for parts or other equipment? Can we use it for anything?
It is currently our cannibalized truck at DPW. So it is in DPW's yard, and I believe the whole rear end of it's been taken off. And I believe multiple doors and handles and things like that. So it's been pretty severely cannibalized already by DPW, because it does match a lot of our other trucks.
Good. You just answered another question I didn't have to ask, what that vehicle was at DPW. That's all the questions that's all the questions I have on that item. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions or comments from members of the committee? Further comments or questions from members of the council? Further comments, questions, members of the public? Members of the public? Thank you, Chief. Next, we'll discuss item number 10, which is bid 2022-314. That is found on page 66. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Chrissy.
Hello.
So, Christy, we have 5 different line items here that you're calling to draw from, or add to, I guess. How did you decide on the monetary amounts for each of those individual items?
Well, building maintenance carries the most load for repairs because they service pretty much every city building with their budget code as far as those kinds of services. Thayer and Warburton have their own budget code for that building, and then field maintenance has a budget code for they have a smaller amount of buildings, but still buildings nonetheless. So that's why it's broken down the way it is. So that way each department, if they have a need, has the spending authority to have whatever fixed.
Okay, and this is an increase over.
This is a brand new piggyback through the state.
Okay.
This is for electrical services. So anything that we can't do in-house, we will have someone on. We've done work with this company a lot, and they've been very good to us, very responsive. I've had no issues with them.
Okay.
And they're in Warwick.
I'm sorry?
I said, and they're in Warwick.
Oh, yeah, right. I saw that. So the rates, I'm looking at the rates that are in here. No, never mind. That's my next item.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, okay, I'm all set. That's my next item. That one's okay. Thank you, Christy.
You got me too, Christie. I was looking through this like, okay, rates, what did I miss?
Well, I
Okay.
flipped the page and I was like, that's a different one.
That's,
All right,
that's what I
thank you.
do.
Any members from the committee? Any members from the committee? Members of the council? Any follow-up questions from members of the council? Any follow-up questions from members of the public? Members of the public? Thank you. The next item is going to be item number at request of Councilman Lattisaur to be discussed is item on number 11, bid 2022-291 alpha, found on page 69. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Christie, first question is, I mean, typically you don't seem to have a problem getting people to bid on these doors. Did anyone contact any of the other bidders and find out why they, or ask why they didn't bid?
No.
No. I did. I did not receive an answer back yet. One said that they would have to research as to why they didn't bid. So I thought I might have some updated information tonight, but I don't. And apparently you don't have any either. So the bigger question is, at what point does the overtime rate kick in for Payless garage doors? Is it 30 hours, 40 hours, 50 hours? At what point does overtime kick in?
Overtime would be anything after hours. So anything after a normal work day, 8 to 4. So if we had something that needed to be addressed at 7 o'clock at night, that would be considered overtime. Honestly, I don't think it's ever happened, but we do include that just in the event of, because we do, as you know, during snowstorms and on the weekends, we do have buildings with overhead doors that could potentially break. So we need to be able to have them fixed. Just in the DPW area alone, we have 28 overhead doors.
I'm not questioning or disputing the need for this, but I just want to be certain that we don't have additional charges that we're not expecting. So the reasoning for my question is, in my world, overtime is anything over 40 hours. That's why I asked the question, how do they clarify or classify overtime? Because overtime is 1.5 times the rate of regular time. Now, some people might be sitting there saying, why is he questioning this? Because this bid, based upon the private sector, is 1.5 times over 40 hours. And that doesn't compute to what they have. So that's why I'm asking these questions, to clarify on the record that their hourly rate isn't really based on overtime as we know it by the Department of Labor. It's based upon a call that they received after their normal work hours. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so then we are not paying overtime per se, because overtime on $115 an hour wouldn't translate into $135. It would translate into $172.50. And at 185, it wouldn't translate into 195. It would translate into $277.50. So for the record, we actually are not paying 1.5 times overtime as we know it in the private sector. We're paying for additional labor costs after hours. And that number is locked in, or will be locked in if this is approved, at $135 per hour for one technician and $195 for two technicians. Is
Right.
that-
So if I called this company in to fix an overhead door in between 8 and 4, let's say, it would be $115 an hour with one technician. If I
Right.
call this company in at 7 o'clock at night needing a door fix, when they bill, it should be 130. That's their overtime rate for us after hours is what it is. And I actually think the bid states the hours, the bid itself states the hours after, whatever time of day.
Okay. So again, it appears as though it's an after hours rate as opposed to an overtime rate. So I just want to be certain that regardless of how many hours their employees put in a week, could be 40, it could be 60, we are not going to be charged anything higher for an after hours call or a weekend call or a
Correct.
holiday call beyond what I see here on these numbers.
Right.
Okay. Those are things I had on that, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted the record to reflect that so there wouldn't be any question later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further comments or discussion from members of the committee? Members of the council, any questions or comments from members of the council? Question, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Councilman. The next item will be item number 15, bid 2021-134, found on page 82. This was requested and will be opened with discussion with Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Chairman. So we have two invoices here in our packages. And one of them, the invoice date is January 5th, 2022. When was the actual delivery made of that heating oil?
January 5th.
So the invoice date is the date of delivery.
Yes, they generated it the same day.
Okay. The next one is on 11/3/21, which it was due on December 3rd. So why wasn't it paid on December 3rd? Or by December 3rd? Why is it coming to us 2 months late?
This bill we didn't receive it. It actually came in right around the same time as the one for January. So it must have been an oversight on both ends where I didn't realize that it didn't come in and they hadn't sent it out. So and we did receive the delivery. There's no disputing that. So in order to rectify it, and obviously we went over the bid spending authority, that's why we're asking to pay both of these now.
So they didn't send us a bill for 2 months.
Right.
I'd like to do business with a company like that.
Well, unfortunately, I think it's probably a combination of things. I know they had some personnel turnover there, as well as like everywhere else, they have people out sick. So I think that's in part what happened. And then on my end, I'm the one that scheduled delivery. I'm the one that called for it, but I didn't realize that the bill didn't come through.
In our package, it says that the bidder had the lowest increment of 0.0715 above the Opus daily posted price. So at the time of these two deliveries, one delivery on November 3rd, 21, the other delivery on January 5th, 2022, what was the Opus price at that time?
It would be, well, on the 11/1, I'm sorry, 11/3. It would have been, bear with me 1 second. $2.418 on 11/3.
2.418. And where did that number come from?
So what you do is you take, so the increment is the increment regardless of when the delivery is made.
I understand.
It's much like, it's actually not, it's exactly like the diesel and unleaded fuel. I get a document every day that shows the posted price. We take that posted price and we add this increment to it, that 0.0715, and that's how we get what we should be paying per gallon for that day's delivery. Obviously, it fluctuates from day to day. So the one that was delivered on 1/5 is 237.
Okay, my question, where are you getting that number from?
If you take the unit price per gallon, that 2.41, I'm sorry, 2.4415.
No, I know how to do the math, but I can subtract, the 17 cents or 7 cents, whatever it is, from that number, but that's not giving me the answer to my question. I can do the math. I want to know what was the posted Opus price on that date, not doing the math of subtracting 7 cents from 2.48 or 2.44.
It's 237, 2.37 on 1.5, because then we add the increment to it, which makes it come out to the unit price of 2.4415.
Councilman, are you
Yeah.
asking what the document is that she's getting that original number from?
Yeah, I'm asking, where is this document that's showing the Opus price? I want to be able to go to a site that shows what the Opus price was on January 5th and on November 3rd.
Okay, excuse me, I'm gonna interject for 1 second. I just want to identify that the Director Eric Earls from DPW jumped in, and Director Earls, you can go ahead and try to answer that question. Thank you.
Actually, I'll let Christy do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that document is a subscription that we pay for, that DPW pays for. We disseminate it to police, fire, and sewer, so everyone gets the same document. It is not something that's publicly posted. So I get every day that there is fuel, and it whether we get it or not, I get an email with the documents associated to what the posted price was for, up and down the New England, up and down the East Coast. So it's not just specific to our location. We have to go look for it and, do the math and whatnot. But,
Sure.
and I think I may have also explained this when I had requested the award for the new heating oil bid. I think we had a similar conversation about this and where the document comes from. So it's something that's paid for by the city that otherwise we wouldn't get it.
Right. And for those who may not know what that acronym means, it means Oil Price Information Service. And that's an agency that, is posting these daily prices as they fluctuate from day to day. So that's how we're going to get to the math of the cost above to be able to tell us what the price is we should be paying. And Christy, you just confirmed that if I chase down this OPI price for January 5th, it's going to show me a cost. It's going to show me an OPI price of $2.37 a gallon. And on November 3rd, it's going to show me a price of $2.41 a gallon.
Correct.
Right.
2.41,
Yeah.
Whatever.
And that's interesting because home heating oil is kind of essentially like diesel fuel. And it's interesting that we just heard a bid was discussed because the cost of diesel fuel is increasing. But yet our cost on home heating fuel, which is technically diesel fuel, not colored, is actually decreasing.
Well, I can tell you that I received an invoice today for a delivery that we had last week. I think it was last week or the end of the week before. And I haven't verified the price on it, but the unit price per gallon on that bill was $2.79.8 something. So it has gone up substantially.
Now, that bill you just talked about that you just got, that's in this year's budget, right?
Correct.
Do we have the monies for that?
Yeah, it's not part of this bid.
No, I know.
That bill's on the new bid, but there is money in the budget to pay for it, yes. And that was 2,500 gallons, so
And where was that for?
Holden.
Need to close that building, huh? So these two invoices that are coming to us now, those are invoices, one you just received, The other one was back in November. And you need extra money for those two invoices. This invoice you just spoke about now for another 2,500 gallons at $2.79 a gallon or whatever the number was, is that something that's in your budget, or are you gonna have to come back to us for monies for that as well?
No, I have the money in the budget for all of these expenses. It's just that these two bills are before you tonight because we overspent on our spending authority to keep the
Got it.
building heated.
Okay. And this contract period actually expired on January 14th, is that right?
Correct. For these invoices,
Okay, that's where the over budget comes into.
overspending, yes.
Overspending, sorry, yes. Well, same difference. Okay. That's all I have on this one, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Question, comments from members of the council? Question, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Christie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. All right, the final item that was pulled by Councilman Lattiser for discussion was item number 18. It's bid 2022 bid 2022-320, found on page 100. It is GASB 75 OPEB actuarial services for $15,000. Councilman Lattiser, your discussion.
Thank you, Chair. There's too many twos in all these bids, and this kind of like gets us tongue tied, you know what I mean?
True.
Hello, Director, how are you?
Good.
Good. So, Peter, I understand what you're saying here. This is a notice in compliance to the ordinance 56.6, blah, 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 not going out for bid. Why isn't it going out for bid? Why wouldn't we have a new set of eyes taking a look at this?
Well, we've had someone else doing it. And the problem has been that all they want to do is give you a number. That's all we contracted for. And it went through the council approved the vendor. And what I want is to try to get a grip on all of our post-employment liabilities, both pension and OPEB. And I've had some conversations with him already, and I'm excited about the results that we may get. He's got some great ideas. He knows the back and forth of all our pension liabilities. And we've got, as you know, we've got 4 different pension plans: the old Fire and Police 1, Fire 2, Police 2, and the Municipal plan. He looks at a lot of the same data that the OPEB actuary was collecting. So he's got a lot of that data. He's looked at the report, or the firm has looked at the report. He's working on it with someone else. The report that the previous firm had done. And if you look at the audit, that I sent you a week or so ago, you'll see a footnote that the old firm did, and he's fine with the footnote, but they don't have access to all the pension information that he has. And he's got some good ideas, which I hope will be incorporated in the budget in May to really try to address this problem long term.
Something else that's caught my attention here is you've come to us with a 56.6.
Yeah.
But yet, this was the subject of a debate, as it's in your position paper at the budget hearings last May. Why is this delay of like 8 months or 9 months been, or why is this delay taking place to come to us now with this, 56.6 thing that, we got to do it?
Well, we were under contract with this other firm through the report that was part of the fiscal year 21 audit. Their 4-year contract has expired. So then I had to decide what to do next. And, the audit just came out. Now he's going to be relying on the actuarial study that the previous firm did, for
Who's the
purposes of,
previous firm, Peter? Sorry to interrupt you. Who's the previous firm?
oh, boy. Is Pat on? I just, I deal with a woman, and Lynn and I deal with a woman named Andrea Andolfi, but I can't, it's Metzger and something or other. They were the low bid 4 years ago. I just don't remember. They specialize in this kind of thing. They've been easy to deal with, but they're not really ready, able, and willing to give you advice on a long-term plan to deal with the problem.
Yeah, I recognize Metzger, and it's Metzger and something else.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, several years ago, I had actually spent quite a bit of time with them getting numbers that I needed. So further down in your position paper, 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, you go on to say that GRS has been the city's pension actuary for over 25 years, et cetera, et cetera. They have assisted in the city in construction pension funding plans and advising the city on negotiating benefits, blah, blah, blah. It says they already collect from the city most of the information. Who collects the remainder of the information?
Well, they didn't collect a lot of the health benefit information, which is what they will now have to collect. The former actuary was collecting the health benefit information, but the number of retirees, all that kind of thing, GRS has all that information and collects it on an annual basis through the personnel office.
Okay, all right, good. So that clears that up. The next highlight I have here is further down. It says, this is especially true now because of the extraordinary investment gains this year and the improved funding levels of the 3 active pension plans. The question I have, I think I'll reach out to you personally on it, Peter, because I don't think it's probably appropriate in this current forum, but I've got some questions about that. So I'll just contact you.
All right, fine.
At another time. Chairman, that's all I have for now. Thank you, Peter, for answering those questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions, members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Director Schaefer. So I just had a couple of questions. So you mentioned GRS has been working with us on the pension actuary work. Are they doing this healthcare GASB actuary work for other municipalities? Is it?
I don't know about that, but they're doing both for the state. They are the actuary for the state, both for pension and for OPEB liabilities.
Okay, so you feel comfortable that this
yes, absolutely
increased scope of work is within
the, it was one of those things 4 years ago when we went out to bid. They were on the list, but it went to the Indianapolis office instead of the Irving, Texas office, and he didn't get a chance to bid on it. So and I don't think they would have been low bidder because we're talking full FSAs with full certification responsibilities. So I'm happy that this fellow who the city's been dealing with for 20 years, and we dealt with his predecessor, who I dealt with 20 before that, will be helpful.
Okay. And I know this didn't go to bid, so we don't have a detailed specification of what you're looking for, but can you just talk to us? You've talked to us over the last few months about sort of increased responsibilities and increased work product you'd like to see out of a replacement audit firm. So is there some scope of work or there's some documentation of work product that you're expecting from them around this?
Yeah, what I think I said, and they're going to be doing what the other firm did. And I think we paid the other firm $5,900 over the 2 years.
Mhm.
But he, Joe Newton, the lead actuary, and his associates are going to be helping us structure a plan to merge the two liabilities and come up with a plan, an OPEB plan over a period of years that will forthrightly address the liabilities that are on the books. And that's the part that the current firm really couldn't do, partly because that's not their expertise, partly they don't have the information on the pension liabilities.
Got it. Yeah, it seems to make a lot of sense to have sort of one holistic view. You know, it doesn't make any sense to have 100% funded pensions and 0% funded, medical liability.
Right on target, right on target with that.
Okay. All right. That makes a lot of sense. And then I'm assuming as part of the fees that we pay them, that will include, presentations that they make to the council and reports that'll be available.
Yes, and we've been talking about that. He did not make it here over the last year or so because of the pandemic. We've talked about dates that might coincide, Councilman Howe, with retirement board meetings as well, because they have direct responsibility, and we haven't come up with an exact date yet, but that's definitely planned.
Okay.
And he also comes to present to the state retirement board. We've talked about trying to merge the two at this. That's probably not possible, but it could be.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate it. Good work.
Good questions. Thank you, Councilman. I see any other members of the committee? Any members of the council? I see that Councilman Ricks and Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Lattiser already opened up the conversation, so I'm going to go to Councilman Ricks. Thank you.
Thank you. This line item, the hiring of this firm, would they also be providing us with a 5-year plan?
Well, that's absolutely the plan. The plan will be long-term. One of the things that happened back in May was, what is the right amount? And we had a debate about that. I don't know what the right amount is. And the right amount is a long-term right amount, not the right amount in any particular year. And there are things going on with our pension plans that gives us some window in certain years. And that's, you will certainly see a long-term plan to address the liabilities with their assistance, with their professional guidance.
I'm glad to hear that. I know the last 5-year we had was, I believe that it was presented in August 2019. It had actually projected the need to increase taxes by 3% a year out into the future, including the years in which we had our 0% tax increases. And so that's a point of some concern about our long-term financial state. The other question I had is, when it comes to getting this long-term plan in order, are we going to be able to see that before the budget hearings, before the final meetings when we're considering prospective bonds to be authorized for the ballot?
I would expect so. As I said, I would like to get GRS here. They're ready to come once we've got a plan together. And I would say that it's likely that, well, we may have some ordinance changes to address this. So, and that would have to be independent of the budget process. Not to say that whatever we're comfortable with won't be rolled into the budget, but I think that's two separate things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Anyone else before I go to Councilman Lattiser, or anyone else from the council? Councilman Lattiser, you're up. You're muted, Council.
Sorry. Councilman Ricks kind of touched on what I wanted in the first place, but I'll just echo on him that I certainly, I'm very hopeful that we're going to get a presentation by GRS before we have to vote on a budget and before we have to make considerations for other things. Because if we don't know how we're going to pay for things and where the money is going to come from to pay for these things, I don't know how we can vote on it. And as Councilman Rich said, I'm happy to hear that, Director, you're planning on getting a 5-year projection for us, because I think that's extremely important, particularly with the increased spending that, you know, we've been doing and may continue to do. You can't get there if you don't have the directions. So I'll be looking forward to seeing that presentation, hearing that presentation from GRS before the budget hearings. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any final discussion from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Sorry about that. That was the final item on the council bid package. May I have a motion to on the consent calendar?
Move favorable
Motion
action.
for favorable action or second?
I have a motion. I have a favorable and second. May I, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the Finance Committee agenda. May I have a motion to accept the minutes from the January 19th, 2022 meeting?
So moved.
Oh, I have a motion second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone just that at 7 o'clock, we will be discussing and hearing the presentation for the, school application will be at 7 o'clock tonight. So 7 o'clock this evening, the school application will be happening tonight. Next, we will be discussing PCR 23-22 resolution relative to abatements. I saw Mr. Dupuy. Neil?
Yes, I'm here, Chairman.
Okay.
The video is not showing due to the host, but
No worries.
you know what I
You
look
have,
like anyway, so.
yep, you have the floor.
Okay, so this month we have abatements for you of $3,779.10. And there's nothing unusual in these abatements, but if you got any questions, I'll answer them.
Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Just one. Can you take us through the large one? Board of review.
Okay, so this was a Board of Assessment review, so I can't really, it's not my abatement, it's the board's abatement, but the history of it is there was a cleaners that went out of business and the real estate owner got left holding the equipment. So it was taxed to them, which is Mr. Pantelikas. He had to go to court to get title in order to be able to do anything with the property. And once the court ordered that, they also assigned a value to it. So the board reduced the assessment, not quite to the amount the court came up with, but the property owner was acceptable to that figure.
Okay, got it. Cool. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilman. Members of the council. Questions from members of the public. Members of the public. Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Neil. May I have a motion for favorable action?
So moved.
I have a motion for PCR 23-22 in a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The time is now 6:04 p.m. and the Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The next committee that will meet will be the Ordinance Committee, and that is able to start now. And as Chairman Howe mentioned, we will be talking about the school's application at the start of the full City Council meeting later tonight at 7 o'clock. Next up is the Ordinance Committee. Thank you.
Everybody hear me? All right, I see nods. Good. All right, so the committee members, so we should be good. Ordinance can convene at 6:05 PM. First item is acceptance of minutes from January 19th, 2022. Do we have a motion?
Move to accept. Oh, I see Councilman Lattiser has his hand raised.
We can't hear you, Councilman Lattiser. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. For some reason, it wouldn't let me unmute. Chairman, did you want to go to the committee first, or?
This is just the minutes. We haven't gotten to the item.
Oh,
yet.
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to speak on the item. Sorry.
Got it. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second on acceptance of the minutes? You're muted, Jim.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Next, we have PCO 39-21, an ordinance in regards to amending section 2-19 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances relative to the sale of city-owned property. This would be second passage. This is Council President McAllister on behalf of Mayor Pacozzi.
Thank you very much. This is for second passage. I do believe that Mr. Walsh has something we do need to clear up some language here. So if it's to the chairman's pleasure, if we could have Mr. Walsh walk us through that.
So Solicitor Walsh.
Thank you, Council President and Mr. Chairman. After communications with the city planner and having merged in a bunch of different languages to the revision here, there was some oversight that we need to clarify. And this suggestion is for page 2, line 5, following the word value, comma, insert the words staff shall obtain, and later in that sentence to change the word from to for. So the sentence would then read, should multiple highest bid offers be of identical value, comma, staff shall obtain a second round of sealed bids from the said highest offers for the next available meeting of the committee. So this is just to clarify the exact verbiage about what happens when two people bid the same identical thing, and just it's cleanup language.
So what's the line numbers for that?
This is all on line 5 of page 2. This amendment would knock it back to first passage, but if the council members were amenable to not further delay the item any further later tonight, if favorably passed, it could be requested by someone to put it up for unanimous consent for the second meeting to limit the amount of delay further.
Alrighty. Any questions or comments from members of the committee?
That sounds fine to me.
All set.
All right, so Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. That was actually one of the questions I had. Another question I have is strictly from a housekeeping. I'm not sure if it's pertinent or not, but on line 3, it says the envelope shall be kept sealed until opened by the City Council Public Properties Committee. After committee, should it state at a regularly scheduled city council meeting? Because as I look at this, it just says by the City Council Public Properties Committee. Does it need a further clarification?
Any meeting of the City Council Public Properties Committee would need to be posted in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. And so if the issue is about making sure that there's availability, I think limiting it to the normally 2 meetings a month, if there was some urgent need to expedite this between meetings, that type of change would limit when you could hold that committee hearing. So I think the flexibility that's offered while still having the protections that the public meeting process would be regularly posted in compliance with open meetings is a safeguard to that effect. But it's up to all of you.
All right, that makes sense to me. So if by chance and for any committee for that matter, but in this case, the Public Properties Committee, if the committee should call for a special meeting, that meeting would be posted, they would vote on this, then it would have to come back to the full council anyways, right?
Any action on this would flow through the full council. This would be the opening the bid process, which similar to how purchasing handles other things, or even historically, we've had committees meet on alternate nights for different reasons. So I think the language as drafted gives you the most flexibility without taking away any public safeguards.
Makes sense. It actually starts at the end of line 6. It says a minimum deposit of 20% of the assessed value according to the tax assessor record shall be tendered to the city along with execution of the purchase and sales agreement. Is that deposit, is that a non-refundable deposit if this thing falls through? Or I guess to expound on it, should it be a non-refundable deposit?
I can answer that the language is not drafted to be such, and I would defer to the planner, Tom Kravitz, if he's with us to further clarify the requested intent of the item.
I mean, I think it's a question that needs to have an answer. Is this deposit refundable or not refundable? Because in line 14, it says prior to closing, the city shall obtain an appraisal at the expense of the purchaser, and the purchaser shall also submit a title report to the city. So if something falls through on whatever, and the potential buyer wants to walk away, do they lose their deposit?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can, sir.
Hi, Mr. Lattiser. It's Tom Kravitz.
Hi, Director. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good.
Yeah, good question. We could come up with a non-refundable deposit that's a smaller number in the P&S. So I think now that you bring it up, I don't believe this is meant to be kept. 20% is a pretty big number. So.
Mm-hmm. So is it your feeling that wouldn't be necessary to protect the bidding process? I know, again, in my world, that happens all the time. You want to bid on a job and it requires a deposit. It's a non-refundable deposit. So, I mean, if you're comfortable with it and you think that it would be a disadvantage to the city, then I'll listen to it.
Yeah, I think the intent is to weed out or entertain the more serious bidders, to give you a 20% deposit. It can be refundable, but they still got to give the money as part of their bid. I think that helps us weed out the ones who are maybe not as serious or have the means. That was the intent. And again, we can put in a non-refundable deposit, certainly if we enter into a P&S.
So back to line 14, if you had a certain portion, if not the whole thing, a certain portion non-refundable. In other words, if the bidder all of a sudden gets cold feet, or they find out that, oh, wow, which happens all the time, I made a mistake on this price. I'm way off on this bid. I can't do this for that kind of money. And then they walk away. Now we have to start the process all over again, which is a pretty significant expense to the taxpayers. That's where my thought process is going with this, because
that makes sense too, right? You don't want someone to put in the high bid with the deposit just to retract it all. Maybe we do pick a smaller percentage and make it non-refundable. I'd be fine with that.
I mean, bear in mind, the purchase and sales agreement usually is where you have clauses in there to prevent people from turning around and bailing. Once you sign that, that's like your last chance to have your misgivings really before there are consequences. If you turns out you mess something up, it's like, okay, well, you can back out, but now the PNS lays out the consequences for doing that. That's what I'm used to seeing anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chairman, but in this case, we're, proposing an item here, we're proposing an ordinance here for not just one particular contract, for future contracts. And it doesn't necessarily mean, the way it's written now, it doesn't necessarily mean that if we agree that it would be prudent and in the best interest of the city and the taxpayers to have some sort of a non-refundable deposit, a portion thereof. If it's not in here, it doesn't mean that it's going to be included in the purchase and sales agreement.
Right.
And what we do know happens quite regularly, and I'm not asserting that it's happening in our community, but it happens often in the bidding world, whether it be the public or the private sector, where people come in and they put in bids, and then for whatever reason, they decide, I can't do this. Now, we have to start all over again from scratch, and that's costing the taxpayers money. And this is why hopping on this item of, it could be the whole deposit is non-refundable, or what the anticipated cost would be to go out and redraft it, repost it, rebid it, rehear it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, Mr. Lattiser's right in a sense where by the time we get to the PNS process, it's going to take some effort to get to that point. We select the highest bidder. You wouldn't want someone to pull out just before the PNS process.
Even the
just running
drafting of the document costs money.
right. So I'm running
question,
some
at what-
numbers on like 2%.
point-
Even if you did 2% would be non-refundable, might be good.
So who do you want to be paying the deposit? Just that one serious bidder, Councilman Lattiser? Or do you want all the bidders to be putting it in?
Well, I would say that all of the bidders would have to, according to this, would have to put in a minimum deposit of 20% of the assessed value. But only the potentially, I don't know exactly how to word it, the potentially successful bidder would incur the non-refundable deposit. If someone bids this job at whatever numbers, just lower or higher than everybody else, obviously they're not in the running, so they're out. But if Councilman Sinapi bids and Councilman McAllister bids and Ed Lattiser bids, and we have 3 bids out there. Councilman Sinapi, his bid is he's the most qualified bidder, so it's his action that we're looking for. The other 2 guys, they're dismissed by the city, and they certainly should be entitled to a full refund of their deposit. Only the bidder that is the potential successful bidder should incur that feet to the fire thing. Because if they walk away, we could very well have to start all over again.
So why don't we just have it so that it says what it says right now, but then if your bid is selected by the city council, your deposit, either in whole or in part, whatever we decide upon, becomes non-refundable. That way, we don't have to wait till it gets batted back to them, because then to your point, they could say, oh, you know what, we changed our mind, at which point we get left holding the bag.
And we've had that. We've had that recently, where for whatever reason, they've changed their mind. So, yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm looking for guidance on the language, and Director Kravitz, what you would feel would be a fair percentage. 2%, it might be a lot, or it might be nothing. Perhaps a percentage would be appropriate with a minimum return, something of that nature there. I'm not trying to complicate this, but I am trying to protect our pocketbooks here.
It certainly makes sense though, unless there's an issue from the legal side or from the city side.
It happens all the time in the private sector.
I mean, we've seen it with us,
And if I
as you
may-
mentioned, a few of the bids that came to us recently, just normal bids. The various departments came back and said, hey, that person backed out. So now we have
That's
to do
right.
it again.
Exactly.
And Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. So I have a few concerns here. For starters, I had some concerns about even the 20%, but considering that we are looking for serious bidders when it comes to these purchases of public properties and the like, I can see how the 20% is warranted. I'm not going to pick a fight over that. We'll see if it works, and if it doesn't, then that's something that can be addressed. I do have some concerns that when we're not only pairing that 20% with the being non-refundable, all before we even get to the purchase and sales agreement. With the purchase and sales agreement, that should happen very quickly after those bids come in. I'm not saying it should happen the next day, but really this is all something that should be able to be taken care of inside a month, less than a month, because by the time we get to that point, we're putting this all out to bid. We should have our own purchase and sales agreement drafted by that point. This is also going to be an ordinance that's going to govern a number of different situations, whether we're talking about a sale of a property that might be worth $100,000, might be worth a couple $1 million. So asking folks to put down 20% in some of those cases is going to start to scare away potential bidders, which makes things less competitive. Then stating that before we even get to a purchase and sales agreement, it's going to be non-refundable if you are the bidder who is selected. That's going to be a further deterrent. This is, and we don't need more deterrents. I recall with the old Christopher Rhodes building, that building had become a blight on the neighborhood, and we had an excellent planning director, and we do have a new excellent planning director. But speaking as to what was happening back at that time a few years ago, it became very clear that the city was not getting competitive bids on, or able to get competitive bids on the tear down, the demolition of that building. And so really we had to end up going through Fisher Homes, who was able to attract more competitive bids than the city, because these demolition folks didn't want to deal with the whole process through the city, not without padding their numbers quite a bit, and we couldn't get competitive bids. That all got worked out because we presented the two different options to the successful bidder, Fisher Homes. The two I lost if you, Fisher Homes, take care of the demolition and assume all the risks. And here's the cost to you, Fisher Homes, if the city takes care of the demolition and all of the risks. And of course, Fisher Homes was able to come up with, they preferred the bid that involved them taking care of the demolition and all of the risks associated with it, and it really was a win-win for the city and for Fisher Homes. But we're not going to be presented with that kind of win-win opportunity when it comes to the initial sale of these properties. And it's already very difficult for the city to get a bidding war, so to speak, on these properties. We don't want to be taking extra steps that reduce the competition here. So for those reasons, I think that this really is something that's better left for the purchase and sale agreement contract process, where if we're talking about a property that's selling for, say, $2 million, just making up a number, then having a $400,000 non-refundable deposit, that's going to scare away a lot of potential bidders, and we're not going to be able to get that property sold for nearly the price that it should rightfully be sold for. Then you also have to look at the legality of that in those different contexts where it might not be enforceable because the $400,000 would be well in excess of whatever it would be to recoup the city's costs at that point. At the same time, we can't just throw in some loosey-goosey language of in part or in whole. That's just going to confuse people. Effectively,
Just correction, in whole or in part wasn't meant to be language that we put in. That was meant for the sake of discussion as far as the number. And bear in mind, Councilman Lattiser made it clear he didn't want the whole deposit being non-refundable. He said a small portion. In fact, he emphasized small, and so small that it would just be for the cost of doing the RFP and whatnot. Again, not making a profit off of it.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. But at the same time, I think that having that as part of the bidding process itself, as opposed to something that would come into play with the purchase and sales agreement, I think that that really would be the better approach here. I'll also just say that in my own private practice, I do have some experience handling security deposits, dispute issues in the real estate context, and those cases can get pretty messy. We don't necessarily want to complicate things too much more than they already are. I can just imagine where if it's a situation where, okay, if the selected bidder selected based on highest bid of any bidder who is qualified, well, even that can create its own loopholes where, okay, that bidder wants to get out of a contract. Well, now all they have to do is make sure that they're no longer qualified. So really, this is all part of the process where just having that built into the bidding phase, I could just see how it could go wrong in a few different ways and not be effective, and really would be better left to the next step with the drafting of the purchase and sales agreement, so that this really could be tailored to the specific sale of the specific property.
Solicitor Walsh, I know you unmuted yourself. I'm not sure if you had something.
Listening to the conversation, I'm curious if there's a solution that provides some enabling language in a follow-on sentence that says something to the effect of, the city may establish a portion of such deposit as non-refundable in this purchase and sales agreement for non-performance. So you have this, and if you look at the prior sentence, it says a minimum deposit of 20%. So we're not even establishing a absolute figure in the ordinance of how much, other than we're setting a floor on what the deposit shall be. And so I think as you engage in these purchase and sales agreements, the final form you could use your own discretion as it relates to the type and nature of the transaction or asset that you're contracting to come up with what would a reasonable non-performance fee be. And so I pose that to the council if that's something of their interest for me to try and finalize some verbiage for.
Is there anything stopping bidders? So let's say the bid gets opened and now everyone, public bidders, can see what everyone actually bid for the project. Is there anything stopping the winning bid from having seen the other bids deciding, you know what, looks like I'm screwing myself with my bid, I'm out, and incurring no consequences, assuming it's before the PNS? Because I don't know of a consequence, although I'm by no means an expert in public property purchase and sales. So unless I'm missing something, that's my concern. And I think Councilman Lattiser point something similar out, if not identical, because it also can allow for some shady practices from bidders if they just want to see what their competitors are thinking as a general matter. But Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I mean, your point is, taken, and it is true. So first of all, I just want to say that as Councilman Ricks made the statement that a bidder could disqualify himself as not qualified. I disagree with that. The city is the one that selects the most qualified bidder. So the city is in fact the one that's going to determine whether or not A is more qualified than Z, not the bidder. They don't have, that option to say, I just realized I'm not qualified, I'm out. That's not the way it works. But in this industry, the home building industry, the construction industry, the remodeling industry, et cetera, this is often a common practice of a non-refundable deposit. And as I stated earlier, I'm certainly not looking to, I'll use Councilman Ricks's example, someone who's going to bid $1 million project, they're going to come up with 200,000 and then decide that for whatever the number's wrong, they want to walk out, they get hammered 200 grand. No, it's not what I'm looking for. I think that would be referred to as unjust enrichment. I think there's laws pertaining to that sort of thing. What I'm speaking to is to protect the taxpayers' dollars, to protect our staff's time to do all these things. Instead of going back out for rebid because someone doesn't like the number they bid based upon what the competitive bids are and they walk away, our staff, instead of redoing that bid, could be doing something else that's more productive to the city. And if you're going to bid on a job or a project or a building, and you're going to put up 200 grand as a deposit, 200 grand, well, I can tell you this, if there's a clause in there that says there'll be of that $200,000, $5,000 will be non-refundable if you walk away from this job. Or for some reason, we find out that, guess what? They're not in good standings with the Secretary of State. There's various reasons that will waste our staff's time if you don't hold these things to the fire. So I think that's very reasonable. I would certainly depend upon our staff, Director Kravitz, whomever else is involved in the process, to be able to assess and apply a number that is non-refundable to the potential successful bidder. We can't be wasting time with that. We don't have staff to do the things that we need to do now. So I don't think it's a deterrent at all. It doesn't stop me. When I bid a job and I bid a job that's non-refundable deposit, guess what? If I don't like the job or I don't feel comfortable in my number, I'm not going to bid the job. It's not the fact that the deposit is non-refundable. That doesn't scare me, because if I didn't want the job, I wouldn't bid it in the first place. And if I'm going to bid it, I'm bidding it with the intentions of winning. So I don't worry about non-refundable. There's no issue. I plan on winning this bid. Those are the people that we want bidding. We don't want people bidding on things. And I'm not saying it occurs in our world, but in my world, yeah, that happens often. People will bid jobs just to get a handle on what their competition is doing. And I don't think that we should be wasting taxpayer dollars in doing that going forward. So some monetary amount, which again, I would defer to Director Kravitz as to what he feels would be a reasonable number for the cost of putting together and following through the process of an RFP. But this needs to be done before you get to the P&S. You get to the P&S, it's too late.
So Director Kravitz, do you have any issue with this concept?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, I was just looking at like Wix, for example, on the GIS. If you take all the buildings and the value, it's let's just call it 250. It's not quite that much, but if you did 2% on 250, it's $5,000. It's totally reasonable. I just think if you're gonna do this non-refundable, make it obviously not 20, but like 2% seems to work in that situation. And I would agree with that, yeah. I agree with Mr. Lattiser.
Director Kravitz, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, to Director Kravitz. So are you comfortable that a $5,000 number would adequately compensate the city and protect taxpayer dollars if something fell through and we had to go back out on this altogether? Is $5,000 a good average number?
I think it's a good number, yeah. I think it's high enough where serious bidders will consider it, and they'll all submit checks for 5,000 with their bid. So the highest bidder, it'll become non-refundable to them. I assume that it's going to be rolled into the purchase price, right, with the P&S as we execute it. And all the other bidders who are lower than that get their money back, of course.
You know what, Director, I wouldn't roll, if I were bidding on it, I wouldn't roll an extra 5,000 into it. Because, you know, on a $2 or $3 million project, 5,000 may or may not be a big deal. But on a smaller project, that could be the difference between winning and losing. So again, if I'm going to bid the job for 500,000, I'm going to bid it for 500,000 because I know I can do that job at 500,000 and make my margins at the end. I'm not going to factor in 5,000 because you know, I may walk away from this. I'm not going to waste my time bidding it to walk away from it.
Are you saying that all the bidders should put in a non-refundable deposit then?
No. I'm just saying
Just
all
the
the
highest,
bidders,
yeah.
all the bidders, they need to understand when they're bidding on these projects that if they're just doing it as a fact-finding mission, or they for some reason discover after the other bids came out, as the chairman had stated, oh, wow, you know what? Everybody else is at 200,000 and I'm at 500,000. Forget it. I'm leaving. See you later. That's what I think we need to protect ourselves from.
So Solicitor Walsh, can we add in a line under subsection C, just make it subsection C1 and just have it say something along the lines of no less than 2% of the deposit or no less than $5,000 will be deemed non-refundable for the bidders selected as the highest qualifying bidder by the city council?
Yeah, there's some discretion here that the committee and the council can undertake. I'd say the more deference you give to the departments to establish, one, whether or not it's needed for a particular bid, or two, to what extent is reasonable. I would think that providing such enabling discretion to set that amount may be of interest, rather than putting a specific amount down.
Do you have an example sentence that you'd like to shoot up?
If you give me one moment, I will,
Keep in mind that any bid we do has a cost to the taxpayer, and it has an impact on the administration, because time is money. You know, if they spend 5 or 6 hours on a bid, that's money. That's costing us money to do that.
Putting out that RFP ain't free.
I'm sorry?
Putting out an RFP is not free.
Exactly. You know, everything that goes along with it, the preparation, the paper, the stamps, the postage, the envelopes, you know, our staff's time, overhead, benefits, pensions, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things have to be factored into the cost of that book of business.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if you would indulge it, I think that's something that we can clarify some language with and have a sentence tightened up and ready for later in the meeting this evening for the full council to consider. And that gives us enough time to stay on track with the other committees while we formulate that. But I certainly am not looking to curtail any discussion on this item or, you know, end it now. I'm just saying we can definitely create something that matches what you've discussed in the time being, without delaying the other portions of the evening.
I like that better than having to rush through a sentence that might not be ideal. But does any other members of the council wish to discuss this at this time? Do any members of the public Have any questions or comments on this? I'm not seeing any hands raised in that regard. So Solicitor Walsh, how would we proceed? Would we move to approve I guess just for discussion to move this forward?
If you move favorable to the floor for discussion, we can revisit the specific amendments that's already been addressed and formulate that later this evening.
All righty, so I'll move the item forward for discussion to the full council.
Second.
Been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that would conclude ordinance committee, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Lynn, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But if not, we conclude at 6:40 PM.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'm going to ask that we go to the appointments committee. We have a member of the public who is here for his appointment and would like to bring that up here. So if there's no objection from members of the appointments committee, we will go to the appointments committee at this time, and Councilman Gephardt is the chair. So Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Let's get my ducks in a row here. Do we have all of our members? We do. All right, so the time is now 6:41. Appointments committee comes to order. First up is the acceptance of minutes from the meeting on January 3rd. Do I have a motion?
Move to accept.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Our first appointment this evening is to the Historical Cemeteries Commission, the Honorable Francis Flaherty.
Mr. Chairman, this is going to be a very friendly coup here.
The internet works better here than it does at my house.
Welcome, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Back in the corner office.
Yeah. Same seat, same chair, same desks. You haven't gone overboard on mayor's furnishings.
Well, this is you are up for consideration for a considerably different role this evening.
Yes.
Hopefully, the mayor's tool belt is hanging just on the wall there, and you may need a rake and some lawn bags. Yeah. but very nice to see you, and very good to have you here this evening.
Thank you. Please.
Do I have any members who'd like to speak on this appointment? Council President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Your Honor, thank you very much for being with us tonight, and I hope you were able to find your way back to City Hall. I bet you didn't have to use the GPS or anything. So
You know, I can see City Hall from my house, so
that's right.
I get lost too easily.
Yes, as a proud Ward 7 resident. So
Right.
Thank you very much. And you've had many titles, and I'm sure you'll tell everybody that being a councilman from Ward 7 is your favorite, and something that you're very proud of.
Well, I would be very proud of it, but actually I was a councilman from Ward 6.
That's right.
Yes, and I moved after.
I won't hold that anymore. Now I got to
always
rethink
thought
my
I did a
support
good job,
tonight.
but not the kind of job that has been done by the incumbent for these many, many years. She's done a lot.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, I just want to just thank you very much. This Historic Cemeteries Commission is a commission which I believe you, as the mayor, were the first one to implement that. Is that correct?
Yes. I think in 1988. I think it was 88. We formed the commission.
I think that's incredible that not only did you start it, and here you are, you want to be on that commission. This is a workers' commission here. I have participated in many cleanups at Brayton Cemetery and different cemeteries in the neighborhoods, and I've been there with members of the council, with Mayor Picozzi, raking and pulling weeds, and we get the big dumpster out there and bringing it in. So I just really want to commend you.
I know what I'm getting into with it. I do know what I'm getting into, but I think it's important. I think it's important work. I think it's important for the cities and towns to do this. We have Revolutionary War veterans and Civil War veterans buried in them around the city. I'm looking forward to it.
That's great. And I just want to commend you of all your service that you've done to for the city and the state. And now it's continuing, and it's continuing in this way. And I'm just really proud to call you a friend. And thank you very much. And of course, you have my full support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council President. President Pro Tem, Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud to support the Honorable Francis Flaherty, who also came, like he mentioned, that he came from Ward 6, but everything he has done when he was a mayor, he was an excellent mayor. Everything he's done, he worked very hard. I'm very excited about him being involved in this because of the fact that he started it when, way back when he was mayor. So you definitely got my support, and I know you'll do a great job.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
You're welcome.
And back to the committee, Councilman Ricks. Oh,
Just want to say briefly, thank you for your service.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Councilman
Ricks was an intern in the Supreme Court, what, 10 years ago, 12 years ago? So I used to see him from time to time as he was hitting the books.
Yeah. Wow. It was quite a while ago.
It was quite a while ago.
2014 now.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. As a few of the gray heads on the council can tell you, the longer it gets, the quicker the years go. So.
Why is everybody looking at me?
I'm not looking at you.
Councilman Sinapi.
Obviously in full support of this, though I am still bitter. You're not still on the Supreme Court. You're obviously missed there. And for those who don't know, he has a very, very, very long record of public service, not just elected, but also militarily. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
I also am in full support of this and want to thank the Honorable Francis for all his service. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good to see you, Your Honor.
Good to see you.
The last time I saw you, I think you were out raking leaves in the front of your house or something.
I was practicing for this commission. I thought I might get on it someday, so I was out there practicing.
Well, I also have to commend you for wanting to do this, and I don't know, I kind of get the feeling you're trying to protect your interests above ground. I think is what you're looking to accomplish here.
Yeah, well, but, I don't have much interest anymore, most of it's behind me, so.
No. I mean, staying above ground.
Oh, I'd like to stay above ground for as long as possible, yes.
Again, Your Honor, thank you for all your service. You have a very distinguished military service as well. Probably not everyone is aware of that. Very distinguished service. And I've known you for a very long time, and it's always been a pleasure with our conversations, and wish you all the best in your new choice of time. It's a wonderful, wonderful commission, and you're going to be working with some really, really good people as well. So thank you for continuing your service. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman McElroy.
Yes, good evening, Your Honor.
Hi, Jim.
How we doing?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. I would feel much better if we were in person tonight, because I always like to see you and talk to you. You have been a friend for a long time, and all I can say is accolades are put on you. You are without a doubt one of the best persons I've ever met.
Well, that's very nice of you. Thank you.
All I could say is I would like to talk about some miscommunications, misstatements that was talked about earlier. As I recall, you were a councilman from Ward 4.
No, Ward 6. Ward 6.
Well, I'm trying to get you. I'll always say you were in Ward 4.
Well, in the 6 years thereafter, I was in Ward 4 a lot. In fact, that we did that Connecticut project. first project I ever did was Jonah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was I'm still on the council then, but yes, I liked all the awards.
And all the wards liked you also.
Well, thank you very much.
And all I can say, congratulations, and goes without saying, I will wholeheartedly support your endorsement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to say also that it'll be an honor tonight to vote for you, Your Honor. And as always, thank you for continuing your long and honorable service to the city. It means a lot.
Well, this is a great place. This city's a great place, so thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, I don't want to skip anyone. Are there any members of the council left who haven't said anything that they'd like to? We do have a member of the public, Miss Malcolm.
Oops. Hello,
Hello, Miss Malcolm.
I am the chair of the Warwick Historical Cemeteries Commission. And as such, we are honored to have Justice Flaherty join us. That was all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You know, I monitored the meeting the other night on the,
Yes,
you know,
you
they
did.
had a meeting, yeah, and listening to Miss Malcolm run the meeting, I said, oh my God, she's tough. What am I getting myself into here? They're a busy group.
Yes, we are. And I think the good part is everybody that joins because they want to. You know, they are there because they believe in what they're doing. And we don't care about ticks. We don't care about poison ivy. We don't care about the dirt. We just do what we do because we love it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to make a comment? If you would, please just raise your hand in the Zoom application. Seeing no others, Your Honor, any other final words?
No, I'd just like to thank the council for your kind remarks. And, you know, I sat for a number of terms where you sit. I know how difficult the work can be and the important work that you do. And I thank you for your endorsement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I get a word in?
Sure, the mayor wants to say something.
I don't have a seat over here. I just want to say what an honor it was when the judge contacted me about a month ago. We didn't know we had an appointment. He just wanted to get involved and he asked who to contact. And I knew we had an appointment coming up. I called Peggy and she was thrilled. And this is just a big honor for all of us. I don't know if I'm going to get my seat back, but.
Now, this seat gets warm at times, so. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to working with the commission and working with you as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I think we have heard from everyone. I think we have a lot of support for an excellent candidate for this for the Historical Cemeteries Commission. So, without further ado, do we have a motion?
Move to confirm.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Your Honor, welcome to the Historical Cemeteries Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Let's get a mute on there. Okay, thank you. Or we hear the Coors Light can pop. All right. Next up this evening, an appointment to the Municipal Court. Justice Kelly McElroy. Council President. Council President.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that we pause on this. Judge McElroy is teaching a law class as we speak, and she will be in class until 8 o'clock. So she would like to be present and speak to the council for consideration of reappointment. So she asked if we could pause the committee when her name comes up, and then we will go about our business. And then when there's a time available later on in the evening, if we could come back and she would join us virtually as she would like to address the council. So if that works for the committee. Okay.
Thank you.
So we will, if you could just make a motion to suspend, to hold on the committee, and we will reconvene.
Can I have a motion to recess the appointments committee until such time? when we resume?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you very much. And then just to make an announcement for everybody watching, at this time, we still have one more committee of public safety, but I am going to ask if we can hold on in public safety. At this time, I think we have a very important discussion at the start of the 7 o'clock meeting. So I'm going to ask that for the next 4 minutes that we take a break, and then at 7 o'clock we will start the full council meeting, where we will do a welcome, the general communications, acceptance of minutes, and then we will go. I will ask that we move up an item right to the top. So that is the plan for now. We will see you back at 7 p.m. for the full city council meeting. Thank you.
Superintendent, just a heads up, your mic's not muted.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. President. Everybody else is bashful, I guess,
Yeah, I guess so.
or busy.
Evening.
Good evening. I just want to make sure we have everybody ready. Okay. Good evening, everyone. At this time, I call the full city council meeting for February 7th, 2022 to order. We are doing this meeting virtually, as you can see. So if you want to go on the city council's website, if you go to the Warwick RI City Council website, you can see the link to join us. There's also a number of phone numbers that you can join us, both non-toll-free numbers and toll-free numbers that you can use to join us this evening. And there is a link, a free link to click on to join us on Zoom. We are also, you can also watch the meeting on the city's YouTube channel as well. So we are convening. There is nothing in person. We are here on Zoom. At this time, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Here.
Mr. Foley,
Yeah.
Mr. Gephardt,
Here.
Mr. Howe,
Here.
Mr. Lattiser,
Here.
Mr. McElroy,
Yeah,
Mr. Ricks,
Here.
Mr. Sinapi,
Here.
Ms. Travis.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you very much. At this time, I call on Councilman Gephardt to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then we will do the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem. So, thank you.
Mr. President, may I ask a quick question? Could you just repeat the phone numbers that the public can dial in on? Because there's nothing here. You know, typically you have a whole bunch of phone numbers, and I think there may be some problems with people trying to dial in.
The phone numbers are on our website. They're all listed on our website. It's also on the agenda that's been posted. There's a number of them here.
Okay.
So if they go onto the City Council website page, we can also go on the Secretary of State's website. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different phone numbers that people can join. So they can find those numbers on our agenda. Okay, Councilman Gephardt.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilman Gephardt. Next up on our agenda is general communications. I have one. I just want to take a minute to thank DPW and all the city workers and contractors that got us through this blizzard. We had a blizzard. They worked countless hours. Some saw a storm. They were out plowing in a storm they've never been before. Wind coming everywhere, snow coming down at a rapid rate. So I just really wanted to thank them. for doing an excellent job getting out there and serving the public. I also want to take a second just to thank all the residents of Warwick for helping all of us get through this. We've heard, council members have heard countless examples of neighbors helping their neighbors, plowing out driveways, using their snow blowers to help out their fellow Warwick residents, digging out cars. And I also want to thank all the residents for their patience. This was a huge storm. This was an epic storm, and it was followed up by an ice storm. So, the city is going to do everything that they can to clear these streets, to make them passable. We understand people need to get to work. We have a lot of nurses and doctors that, they got to go in no matter what. So we coordinate with the state, and they're doing the best of this possible. So I just want to thank everyone for their patience. When these storms come up, please reach out to your council people. If your street needs a second sweep through, let us know. We will go through. So I just want to thank everybody, from the workers to the residents. We got through this together, and it was a big storm, and I just want to commend everybody for working together to get through. At this time, are there any members of the city council that have anything under general communications? Let's pull up here, see if there's any. Okay, seeing none. Next up on the agenda is the acceptance of the minutes from the council held on January 19th. All those in favor of accepting the minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The minutes passed. All right, at this time, I would like to ask the city council two questions. The first question is there any objection to moving up PCR 21-22, a resolution supporting the Warwick Public Schools construction application to RIDE for stage 2 approval? Is there any objection to moving this up at this time? Councilman Lattiser.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. No, I have no objections. I would just like for the council solicitor to explain to everyone here and anyone in attendance that this is a series of 2 votes. Just voting in the affirmative for the unanimous consent doesn't mean we're voting on the item. We're just voting on hearing it at this council meeting versus another. But the fact remains that we'll be voting on it on the full floor, with also opening up to comments from members of the public at that time.
Correct. I'm going to walk you through. So there's multiple votes, and I'll have Mr. Walsh explain it. The first vote is to move it up to the top of the agenda. Then there will be a vote to hear it under unanimous consent. And then we will actually take up the item and walk it through. So, Mr. Walsh, if you want to answer that for the councilman.
Thank you. You did a great job, Council President. The first item is when we move things around the council agenda, where the Council President is asking if there's any objection to changing the order of the docket so that this item can be heard out of order at the top right now, at which point he will then proceed to the other 2 questions that Councilman Lattiser was looking at, which is 1, the item that's docketed before us tonight is here under unanimous consent. The consent of the council is being asked so that we can hear it because it didn't follow the normal docketing procedures. But it's an important item that was requested to be brought before everyone at this time. So it's a procedural vote to allow for us to continue. That vote is not on any of the merits of it. It's whether or not there's any objection to having that hearing this evening. If there's consent granted by all 9 members, that allows you to proceed to the action on the underlying resolution to be discussed.
Thank you very much. Okay, so at this time, I'm asking if we can move up, it's number 2, under unanimous consent to the top of the calendar. Is there any objections to hearing that, to moving that to the top of the agenda to discuss? Okay, hearing none, we have now moved it up. Now, the next question is, this was posted under unanimous consent, which means all 9 council people must agree that they are willing to hear that at this time. That is it. We're not talking about the merits. It's just a procedural thing, as Solicitor Walsh pointed out. So is there any objections from members of the city council to hear this item under unanimous consent at this time? Okay, seeing no objections, we will now take up PCR 21-22. So I want to take a few minutes, just kind of lay out exactly what the process is going to be. Then we have the chairwoman of the school committee is going to address the council. And then we are going to have the finance director from the city of Warwick has some information to share as well. Then we will open it up to members of the city council to ask questions. Then, because this was done under unanimous consent and not through committees, the members of the public have not had an opportunity to ask any questions. So I will ask that for members of the public, after the city council has asked questions, if they would like to ask any questions to the school department or the administration, they'll be free at that time. So the important thing to understand this evening is that this is a multi-step process, as Councilman Lannister has pointed out. What we are taking up at this time boils down to this one-page resolution, which is on our docket this evening, and really what that is does the city council support the school committee's application for stage 2 approval? Do we approve of it moving forward at this time? That is what is being considered by the city council at this time. The city council does not have the authority to change where the layout is going to be for the schools, the proposals for the schools. We can't move where the proposal for the science rooms are going to be or anything like that. Our job this evening is just to talk about the merits of the application and whether we support it moving forward so RIDE can review this. RIDE has this provision that they will not review stage 2 of this application unless they have support from the city council of this application. That is why we are here this evening. If that were to pass, it then would go to RIDE, for then they would review the application. They will make sure everything is in order. And if they accept it and they approve that it makes it, it would come back to the Warwick City Council, where we would have to take a separate vote. And that vote would be, do we send this bond question to the General Assembly, asking them to put it on the ballot? So there is multiple steps for this. This evening, we are only going to be discussing the application. However, this is the first time that I believe that the fiscal impact is going to be discussed. We had a great presentation from the school administration at the last council meeting, talked about the designs for the 2 new high schools. They took a number of questions on that. The city council's job is to talk about the finances of that. So we're going to take this opportunity. We've asked the finance director to provide us some information. This is the opportunity for members of the council and members of the public to ask questions about that. But in the end, tonight, what is before the city council on PCO 21-22 is, do we support the application moving forward to RIDE? Are we supporting of that? So I want to pause there. We have the chairwoman of the school committee is here. We have the superintendent is here. They have their full team. They gave their big presentation at the last council meeting, but I do want to give them the opportunity to reintroduce themselves and say a few words on this project, and then we're going to dive right in. So superintendent or chairwoman, whoever would like to go first.
Yes, good evening. My name is Judy Cobden. I'm the chair of the Warwick School Committee, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Council President McAllister and the Honorable City Council members for allowing us this opportunity to participate in tonight's meeting. The School Building Committee, as well as the Warwick School Committee, are seeking your approval of Stage 2 submission of the new high school project to RIDE, School Building Authority. Ms. DeAmbrook, Mr. Testa, and Mr. Gothberg would like to say a few words regarding this process. The high school design team is also here to answer any and all questions. I'd like to pass this on to Superintendent DeAmbrook.
Good evening, Council President McAllister and members of the City Council.
Good evening.
We appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight. Stakeholders in the Warwick School Department had developed vision of a graduate, and this vision includes many components: being a continuous learner, an empathetic collaborator, a skilled communicator, an innovative problem solver, a critical thinker, an empowered citizen, and a healthy and balanced learner. These components in our vision of a graduate encompass the 21st century learning skills that every learner needs to master to be successful in a career and in life in general. It is important to provide modern, inspirational facilities with a variety of unique learning spaces to give our students the opportunities to learn and apply these 21st century skills. These learning spaces should be adaptable to allow for large and small group work, peer-to-peer learning, individual and group exploration, and discovery. So I look forward to having you support the submission of stage 2 so we can hopefully move in that direction. So thank you very much for hearing us tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Testa?
Actually, Council President, I don't have any prepared remarks. We were going to move it over to Mr. Gothberg for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President and members of the council. Appreciate this time. More than 2.5 years ago, Warwick Public Schools started the process of working towards major renovations of Pilgrim and Tollgate. An educational planner was brought on board. Multiple stakeholder meetings and community forums were held to gather as much information and community input as possible to determine the direction we would need to go to move our 2 high schools to the 21st century education. In July of 2021, the team brought the first rendition of the renovation concepts to RIDE for their review and feedback. RIDE did not agree with renovating the high schools due to the difficulty in phasing of construction and the impact of student learning over several years. We changed the direction and sought approval to now focus on new high schools instead of major renovations. Multiple meetings were held with administrators, teachers, department heads, and union leadership to get input from all on what would be needed to have state-of-the-art high schools that we can entice families to come to Warwick. Our stage 1 submission was submitted on September 15th, 2021, and has been approved. Our budget has been unanimously approved by both the School Building Committee and the Warwick School Committee. We are seeking City Council approval to move forward with stage 2 submission on February 15th, 2022. RIDE has reviewed the new concept and has enthusiastically endorsed our direction. City Council's approval is critical. Without it, stage 2 submission cannot move forward. If the February 15th, 2022 deadline is not met, Warwick will miss the opportunity to lock in all available reimbursement and temporary bonuses offered by RIDE, and the project will not move forward. We are not seeking any final approvals, but are requesting that the process be allowed to continue. The team of Superintendent Dambrook, Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey, Building Committee Chair David Testa, Lead Architect Sicosio and Associates, the associate team from Sam Architects, and myself are here to answer any of your questions. And we really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So as this came forward to the City Council, there's been a lot of discussion. Again, we had a great presentation from the school department at the last council meeting on designs and everything like that. But the big focus, the only really authority that the City Council would have on this is how to pay for it. What's the cost going to be? So what I did on behalf of the council, the chair of the finance committee and myself, we requested that the administration kind of put together a proposal of what the cost would be for this application. So what we're talking about is 2 new high schools. A cost around $350 million was the number that the city council was given about 2 weeks ago. So that's what we're talking about, $350 million. So Peter Schaefer, who's the finance director for the city of Warwick, put together a memo for members of the city council and members of the public to talk about what this proposal would do, the debt services costs, best case scenarios, worst case scenarios. There's a lot of moving parts in this. So as they talked about, there's a lot of milestones that you could hit to get reimbursement. So you won't have to borrow the full amount because you could get reimbursement from the state of Rhode Island. There's a limited amount of funds on that. So that's why this application is so important going forward to discuss. So I asked Mr. Schaefer if he could provide us some top line numbers, just so we can all get a sense of what this cost would be. Again, this evening, the vote that the city council will take is whether or not to support the application moving forward, not a final vote on whether we're going to send this up to the State House, asking to put it on the ballot for the November election. So I just, again, I want to make that very clear of what we will ultimately be asked to vote on this evening. So if Mr. Schaefer is available, if I could have him call on. Hey, good evening, Mr. Schaefer.
Council President, how are you?
Good, good. I want to thank you very much. We gave you a big topic here, and you had a very narrow window to get as much information as possible. As I had mentioned, there's a lot of moving parts in this. There's reimbursements, there's debt service, there's retired debt service, there's best case scenarios, worst case scenarios. But if you could just walk us through what a $350 million bond request, which is what is being proposed in dollars and cents, what that would look like in an annual budget. What would that look like, the impact to the taxpayers?
All right. I did a range here, and I had our financial advisor, Hilltop Securities, who we're working with right now on selling bonds from the $40 million, put some debt service tables together. And there's a lot of risks out there. There's interest rate risk. There's how much is the project actually going to cost. There's timing of when you issue the debt. But what I focused on was trying to come up with a range of annual costs after all the debt is issued. And from the tables that he gave me and the interest rate assumptions that he had, which are really around 4% on 20-year bonds, we came up with an estimate of somewhere between a little over $13 million a year in annual debt service to close to $20 million annually a year in debt service. And that the tax levy of the city is currently $235 million. So the 13 plus million represents about 5.5% of the total current tax levy. The 19.5 million represents about 8.3%. So we're talking on current tax rates. And remember, we're going through a revaluation. So these tax rates are all going to change after the next cycle in the next budget year. But we're talking on the residential rate somewhere between $1 and $1.50 a thousand on the tax rate, which would be somewhere between $330 and $490 for a $300,000 home. And I haven't done this more. It would be a bigger hurdle for commercial property taxpayers who pay a tax rate 50% higher than the residential rate. But in my communication to you, I went through the same things that you've clearly articulated. This is a two-step process. The first step is to get it before Rhode Island Department of Education for further review. And the second step is coming back. And I assume they're talking about for this coming November. I'm not sure whether that's essential. I worry about Steve. He's got a lot of projects he's working on now, and worry about him doing 2 high schools on top of what he's already working on. But that's for the school department to comment on. But that's the range of costs. And as you know, the governor's budget proposed some changes to reimbursements, another $250 million bond issue. Who knows what may come out of the General Assembly's deliberations on what the incentives will be, whether there's going to be more pay-as-you-go funding. My numbers were really based upon what we know now as the possibility of incentives, what the reimbursements are going to be. And I think it's a good range. I did talk to Tim McGrath once. He was a little, he had some comments on it, but I don't think there's any dispute about this is the range of costs that you can envision. But as the council president said, this 2-step process. First, whether you want this to go forward, and the second would be either later this year or sometime else, whether you want to go to the voters, go to the General Assembly for a referendum and approve the authorization of this kind of debt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. So just to put a point on that, what we're talking about is just for this proposal. So just this bond request.
Yeah.
We are looking at a range of adding to the annual budget of from 13 million to about $20 million. So somewhere in there, each year we will need to come up with that number. That is just for this project. So obviously that we'll need to increase expenses for other things as well as, healthcare costs go up and new contracts and new materials and different things that increase in the budget. But just for this line item, for this project, that's the kind of range that we're looking at. And the director, he put in, he used, if your home is assessed around $300,000, so right now, property rates assessments are way up because of the housing market and everything like that. So that's a good range for if your house is worth around $300,000, you're looking at what could be a tax increase between $330 to $490 a year. So again, we just want to lay out all this information. So members of the public, I believe we need to educate the public on the cost of this. I think everybody is in support of new high schools. New stuff is great, but the cost of it, that's where we really need to think about and debate. So I just wanted to put a point on those numbers that Mr. Schaefer laid out. So at this
Council
time,
President, if I could just say one other thing is that would not be next year. I mean, obviously, they're going to go through a design process. They're going to come back to you. If you get authorization, if there was a vote in November, even then, it would be at least a year, 2, maybe even 3 years before we issued the debt for these projects. So, but my focus here is long-term embedded costs starting in 2025 or 2026.
excellent. Thank you for pointing that out. And just like the process, the construction wouldn't start for a couple of years as well. So, but if you do this, the bill's coming one way or the other. So that's important to have the range. So at this time, I'd like to open up questions to my colleagues on the council. If you could just use the raise your hand icon or just wave at me. There's a lot of screens up here. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Right now, the projected cost of these 2 buildings is $350 million. Is there, what comes to mind right away is our lease for the Sawtooth Mill. We passed and appropriated monies for that, and within 6 months, they were back to us for another $80,000. This $350 million, let's just say that there's a 20% increase in the cost of building. Would the state reimburse us in that $20 million increase? Or are they, if they approve this on February 15th, it goes to them, they look at our plans at $350 million. They say, go forward. If you hit all the benchmarks, dot all your I's, cross all your T's, we'll reimburse you at 52%. What happens if there's an overage and we have to come up with another $20 million? Will the state also reimburse that increase in cost? I'm not sure who to direct that question to. So whoever can answer that, if you would, I'd appreciate it.
I'll take that, Council President. Okay. What we've done is we're looking at including escalation in the number. We've looked ahead. We have approximately 15% that we're looking at right now that it's been included. So that has been included in there, but RIDE will not authorize more if it goes above, to answer that question.
So again, once we break, we vote on it in November, it goes forward, we break ground in 2 years, and 2 years from now, it's going to cost 20% more, $20 million more. Warwick is on the hook for the entire 20 million, correct?
Well, what happens is RIDE will only reimburse to a certain amount anyway. If we figure that our building we project it to cost $700 a square foot, RIDE will only reimburse $551 a square foot. So their total on reimbursement is $150 million, no matter if it's 350 or 400 million.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foley. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. We've heard so far about the costs of doing this, but we also haven't quite heard yet about the costs of not doing this. I have heard some discussion that if Pilgrim is not replaced or if there are not major renovations, well, to put this in some context, we know that RIDE is getting to the point, the assessments are getting to the point where we're not going to be able to get state matching funds at all for major repairs to Pilgrim. What would happen if Pilgrim continued to need major repairs just to really stay habitable so that students can occupy the building? And what happens if some years from now, hypothetically, this is not approved, hypothetically, other major repairs that would be a matter of throwing good money after bad also aren't approved? Would we be looking at a Town of Johnston situation where the high school loses its accreditation if we do nothing for the next few years?
Someone from I believe that should be a school department.
Yes, so that is a possibility. We just going through the process of accreditation, and they have commented on our facilities. So it is a possibility. I know Bill McCaffrey is on the call too, if you want to add something, Bill.
Both high schools were cited for facilities issues in its last accreditation review. We need to address them, cost money, and it's something that we can't avoid.
I'll just add a little comment to that as well. Especially when I was younger, not so much anymore, but when I was younger, had less money, I would buy cheap cars. I would buy a car for $500, and then when that $500 car was run into the ground, just repairs weren't worth it, I went out and I bought a $300 car. We can't do that with schools. We cannot wait until the school is completely run into the ground, because then where on earth are over 1,000 of our high school students going to go? Are we going to ship them off to the neighboring towns? What exactly is the plan if we run Pilgrim High? And for that matter, I'm not worried quite as much about Tollgate, because Tollgate is in a little better shape than Pilgrim, but Tollgate isn't that much further behind Pilgrim either. My comment here is, let's not run our high schools into the ground before we replace them. And for that matter, let's, sticking with the car analogy, let's not throw good money after bad, because these are buildings that were not designed for the 21st century. They're not designed for the modern education system, where we need more space for the different activities. We need modern electrical upgrades. There are just so many ways that building construction has improved for schools in the last 50 years. We need to take advantage of all of that. That's my comments for now. Thank you.
Council President, if I may just say something to Councilman Ricks, to Mr.
Okay.
Testa. Thank you. Councilman, yeah, I agree with you. We were on the phone with these Providence people on Friday, and their high school, I believe, may have been in the worst condition of all in the state. And their accreditation was essentially going to be pulled if they didn't do anything. The other risk, to your point, if we start to, in your words, throw good money after bad and start to do major work at Pilgrim, there is a risk that RIDE won't reimburse any of that. And I think Mr. Gothberg would concur with that. So there is a risk that if you end up spending $160 million, that the city pays every penny of that. So I think your points are very valid.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have some questions, and actually with the discussion that just took place, I've got some additional questions. And my questions are to try and help me get to a position on this. So as you know, well, I shouldn't say most of you, there's some of you that weren't even on the council when it was actually Councilman Marola and myself that had brought this issue up about building a new school and a new elementary or secondary school. The discussion did increase. We ended up at RIDE on a couple of occasions. RIDE had indicated to us that it was possible to do it. There was a potential of up to a 52% reimbursement. This, by the way, this meetings took place with the previous school committee and the previous administration. And at the time, I think it was 3 years ago, David or Karen may be able to correct me on that, but I think it was 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, when we had first brought this up. They also indicated that there would be a lot of pressure to do it and get it done, but it could be done. The process could be completed, it could get to RIDE, et cetera, et cetera. And I think at the time we were talking about a $280 million budget with somewheres up to a 52% reimbursement, using that reimbursement for one of the other two schools. And we couldn't get traction for it. Couldn't get traction from anybody, from the committee to the school to the administration, to the previous, actually two previous administrations. So do I, as a council person of Warwick, agree we need to address this issue? Absolutely. Do I still support a new high school? Most likely I would. Am I going to support 2 new high schools? Unless you can show me that we can pay for it and the taxpayers can pay for it, and we can do it without a subsequential tax increase, I won't be able to support it. And what I mean by subsequential, meaning that we know, we just heard Mr. Schaefer say our levy is 4%. I'm sorry, our levy is 300 and whatever, I'm sorry, 200 and some odd $1 million is our levy. So with this bond, what can happen is it can be factored in without impacting the levy. Meaning we can increase taxes to pay for this bond at about, I think it's $1.50 some cents per thousand or more. But at the end of the day, the tax man's coming around, whether it is done through the levy or it's done through an additional tax increase outside the levy, the taxpayers are still going to have to pay for it. So there's my major dilemma is I need to see how are we going to pay for not only this school or schools, how are we going to pay for it in totality with all of the other items and commitments that we already have in place, such as the recent 2 contracts that we approved of 10.7% increase. The increase in the teachers' contracts. We have a new contract coming up in June. We have other bonds that we are paying for. We have other school bonds that we're going to be paying for. Sure, we have some of these bonds that are going to go away, which will help us somewhat, but I don't see the math in how we are going to be able to shoulder this tax burden for these 2 schools and all of the other issues that we deal with, including healthcare and pensions, et cetera. What has come to a surprise to me, having said what I just said, is Mr. Gothberg said, I think it was Mr. Gothberg said that the escalation number is set at 15%. Excuse me, I'll comment about that in a bit. But the maximum reimbursement that we would get from RIDE, whether it be 350 million or 450 million, is 150 million. That's what I believe I heard. Up until this point, my understanding was that we would qualify for up to a 52% reimbursement, with a heavy emphasis on the 52%. Now I learned this evening that it's only 43%, regardless of how much we pay. 52% would be 182 million. So that's somewhat concerning to me, because that being the case, that's going to increase the cost to the taxpayers for this school. The concern about escalation in this contract is very, very real. It is very real. And do not kid yourself in thinking that it's not, because I've been experiencing it in my little operation for the last 2 years. An example is January 2nd, one of the largest manufacturers of aluminum products in the country, the building products in the country, instituted to us or to their customers, which is my vendors, a 35% increase, one time, 35% increase on nails, soffit, gutters, coil, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of aluminum products that go into building these buildings, such as all the window systems in these schools. One increase of 35%. the cost increases that we have incurred over the past year alone far exceed 15%. 15% was the norm for any one increase out of the last 8 or 9 that we've incurred. And there is there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And we hear it all the time from the National Association of Home Builders. There's no light at the end of the tunnel on this. And to think that there is a terrible mistake. The cost of building a single family home in 2021 increased by somewhere around $25,000 just in the cost of the lumber. The other thing that is concerning to me, if we're going to tackle 2 schools at the same time, where do you plan on getting the workers to do this? Do you have a plan for getting the workers? Because we don't in the construction industry. It's not in, the little residential stuff. Talk to all the commercial contractors. There is no help. You have difficulties today even getting bad help, let alone any qualified help. And I say that tongue in cheek, but that is a fact. So I have a concern with building 2 schools at the same time. Where is the general contractor going to find the help to do these projects and get them done in a timely manner? That's a really big concern. The other thing that is, I don't know, it's just mind-boggling to me that initially it was presented to us that we're looking at a $300 million budget to do this. And from that point in time to this point in time, the budget increased almost overnight by $350 million. That alone is exceeding a 15% increase. And that's very concerning. I'm also concerned with what I understand, and I'm not going to mention any names tonight, but I'm also concerned with I would like to see from the project manager, if you will, for lack of a better terminology, certain documents that speak to the engineering company, whichever engineering company that you choose. I would like to see from that contractor, I would need to see evaluations. I want to see client evaluations from architects, talking to projects that have been done and overseen by the engineering firm. I would especially like to see and hear from the owner's property manager on these particular projects. These are commercial projects. So they all have, owners, property managers. It could be a city, could be a private owner, and the owner's recommendations for who the engineer is going to be on these schools, or the architects for that matter. And I don't see that in my package. So I don't know if you already have that or not, but if you do, I would certainly think that it would be prudent upon you to present it to us. So when we are making a decision, yay or nay, on building these schools, that we are comfortable with a significant portion or part of this process going forward with this building. The cost was always a big item. And if I remember correctly, I think at the previous meeting we had on this, I think the city council had requested a cost of building 1 school. And I don't know if somebody wants to stand me corrected on that. I seem to remember someone requesting an estimate from the school committee, school department rather, of a cost on building one school.
Councilman Lattiser, at that
Hold on
last-
1 second, Mr. Testa.
I'm sorry.
So, we can't make any adjustments to, like major adjustments to their application. So,
No, that's not what
I
I'm
know,
saying.
So they didn't provide you that. I just want to point out for the members of the public that with the only thing we can consider tonight is the 2 as part of their application.
I understand that, but that doesn't change the fact that, and apparently, I am correct in my recall that we had requested a cost to build one school.
Councilman, if I may, thank you. Councilman Lattiser, if you're speaking about the last meeting in the February 7th, no, the January meeting where you got the video proposal from the architects, I don't recall that being asked at all.
Well, I may have the time frame wrong, so I'll ask my colleagues on the council. Does anyone recall us asking for an estimate to build one school? Does anyone remember that, or am I imagining it?
I believe we did hear that. So at one time, Councilman Lattiser.
We did. Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman, for having the courage to speak up on that.
Well, Councilman, if possible, if you can go back into the memory banks, I mean, I'd like to know that as well. We only, as far as I know, we only presented to you in January and then tonight. So prior to the January presentation, we weren't before the city council for schools at all, except for when we came into, Steve, you can help me here, when we were looking to do something on the existing bonds. So we've never been before this council for the high school project.
There was certainly a discussion previously, but this is way back when we were still considering renovations.
That's right. And it could very well have gone back there. So again, don't hold me to the time frame. But I'm fairly confident that that request, which makes it even more interesting if it was that far back, because now we're talking months and months ago that that request was made. The other question I have, and I've had an opportunity to dig into this a little bit more. Some of it, to be honest with you, right up until today. Being that we are in this RIDE classification of stage 2. So stage 2 in the criteria of the law, if you will, excuse me, it states that stage 2 of the process requires districts to complete a feasibility study, cost projections, design plans, and site work. And I believe that these requirements, at least my understanding from what I was told today, that these requirements need to be completed before the city council votes on sending this to RIDE for stage 2 approval. Assuming that I'm accurate on that, has that been completed? Have all those stages been completed? Now, Mr. Testa, I see you nodding your head, so I'm going to defer to you through the council president, if that's okay.
I'll defer to Mr. Gothberg. He's been more involved in that aspect.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Gothberg?
We are almost complete with all of those. The only thing that's going on right now is that there is some site exploration finishing up at Pilgrim. We finished up at Tollgate end of last week, and we should be finishing up tomorrow, the next day at Pilgrim. Estimates should be in by the end of the week. And everything else is in order. We're assembling the package now. You know, it is a timing issue. So we're trying to get everything done, and it does come to a head as we head towards the 15th.
And I realize that. And, you know, again, it's something that has been, you know, on the topic for a very long time. But in order to protect the city council from any issue here regarding the requirements, I would like to have a clarification from either the solicitor from the school department, our council solicitor, or the city solicitor. If the city council votes on this matter now that we know all of these things are not complete, would we be in any type of violation that would create an issue for us as well as the school department, as well as going forward with the project? Can someone answer that question?
Is there anyone from the school department that could give an answer to that?
Council President, if I may just ask a question, Mr. Gothberg.
I don't want to go exchanges here, but Council Lattiser has a question on the floor here. We're looking for, is there anyone from the school department that can answer the legal question?
I cannot answer the legal question, no.
Okay, do you have anybody here that can speak to the legal question?
We do not have our lawyer on the call.
Okay, now again, this is, I'll ask Solicitor Walsh, but I mean, he is not the person that is moving this forward. So I believe the Councilman Lattiser's question should be directed to the school department, which is what he's trying to do. But you know, Councilman Walsh, if you have anything, again, knowing that you're not the one that is checking out their application and moving it forward, seem to be the only solicitor on at this time.
Yes, it's a hard answer to question, having not been involved in the department and committee's application process. So, you know, keeping that, you know, clarification noted, I would say that the risk of proceeding without certain stages completed it's hard to project. I would say that the one thing that this council has the ability to control throughout the process is proceeding forward with this support resolution does not bind the council to, or commit the council to the project and the financing of it, or any other vote that needs to be taken down the road. We've alluded to that earlier in the evening, that process for this is that this is a support resolution that essentially expresses the sense of the council that there's an appetite to go through the motions with the Rhode Island Department of Education. RIDE may vet this and have their own considerations for the committee and the department to either have to fix or change or come back to, and that, you know, it could run into its own issues throughout that vetting process, or it may be clarified and everything comes back to us with the end result. It's at that time that the council would be in the position of having to, you know, make a formal request to the assembly to commit ourselves to the question on the ballot for the voters at a later date. So without knowing all of the RIDE protocols, the shorter answer is the council is not committing itself to anything or committing the city something this evening. And the process needs to play out through RIDE as to whether all boxes are checked adequately or not.
Okay, so let me just, let me get into this a little bit deeper, because the more conversation that I'm hearing here, the more concerned I'm getting. And keep in mind, the concern is to protect the city council from, or to err on the side of caution, to protect us from making an error. The other concern is, you said we have to the 15th, like that's the drop dead date. So my other concern is that if we happen to, if we approve this and these documents are not completed, they're not done, and we're voting on this, let me read this. It says, upon the preliminary determination by RIDE that the project meets the criteria for the stage 1 of the necessity of school construction process, the application proceeds to stage 2. Stage 2 of the process requires districts to complete a feasibility study, cost projections, design plans, and site work. Billy, what I'm looking for to cover all bases is, how do we word this so that we comply with the intent of that regulation, and yet not have RIDE look at it on the 13th of February and say, oh, well, the city council voted on this and all those documents were not completed. How do we do this so that we do it correctly without having something run afoul?
If I may speak to this, Councilman?
Well, hold on one second. He
Okay.
requested
All right, thank you.
Solicitor Walsh.
I thank you for the question, Councilman. And it's raising logistical concerns that I'm not sure that everything, and I'm not familiar intimately with the RIDE process, and would certainly defer to the school committees and departments council if they were available. But my understanding is that there's a opportunity for curing all of these things within a reasonable time as they get the application formalized. It may not be that it all follows a rigid linear process, but I need to revisit those regulations to further clarify that. But my sense is if there is an issue with the application, RIDE will take action accordingly. So back to the question that I previously answered for you is the council is not committing itself to anything other than allowing the process to proceed forward by this resolution. That is the explicit requirement in the stage 2 protocols, is that in order for RIDE to go through this process, they want to see demonstration of municipal support. And so this is more of a clearinghouse step than a substantive step. But I, once again, reserve, judgment to revisit those regulations and converse with council that has greater expertise in the subject matter.
Okay, so, and Bill, I'm sorry to have to put you on the spot with this. I don't know, perhaps someone from the school administration can get your solicitor on the phone and see if he or she is available for this question. But if that's not possible, so Bill, is your advice to us is that what we are doing is simply voting on yay and nay on allowing this process to go forward. From once we make that vote, let's assume that we approve this, the logistical aspect is going to be at the beck and call of the administration. There would be no error on our part of the city council voting on this one way or another without these documents being completed.
Thank you, Councilman. That's a very loaded question that I'll try and at least parse into the parts that I can answer. From a practical standpoint, the short summary is yes, this is more of a procedural kind of gate opening action that allows for a full vetting and a completion of whatever may not be complete to occur. I cannot say with the certainty that you're asking about any other errors because I need to review certain protocols, but my recommendation is that the risks presented by proceeding here are curable by the council, that the council ultimately holds the ability to request or not the subsequent actions that would follow RIDE's review. So the vetting of the application is in RIDE's hands. And so whatever imperfections there are or protocols that weren't followed will be flagged by the RIDE process. And that would essentially, and I don't know if it would end, but it would enter either a cure period or something that RIDE would be the ones engaging with the committee and the department on. And if it can't be cured, then it is implied that we wouldn't be back to finish the subsequent steps that would be required for the entire project to come to fruition. So I wish I could give greater, full clarity to ease your mind on, the full risks of present, but what I can say with certainty is that this council is in control of whether or not we go to next steps of the process. And RIDE will then complete their process. If something is not satisfiable to RIDE, we will learn about it, and that will impact most likely the actions of what this body may do or not do in the future.
Okay, so I'm going to just kind of restate that if I could, that it appears from what you said that we're okay to go ahead and vote on this, anticipating that, or with the understanding that all of these documents will be produced and presented by the school committee when they do whatever they got to do.
Yes, that is a fair characterization in the sense that we do not control their application. We are providing a resolution to, in concept, support their application and everything, and the process playing out. The results of that process are yet to be determined, and we will have future opportunities to make the decision that's before the council at a later date as to whether or not to make the request to fully proceed to the project or not. And even at that point, it still requires General Assembly approval and the approval of the voters at the end of the day. So there's many steps that follow. This is the one that opens the door to the steps that would be vetted by RIDE is the next one.
So all in all, in your opinion and to your knowledge, we would not be in any violations of any laws as such by voting on this.
I am not aware of proceeding with the resolution before you as violating any law.
Okay. Mr. President, if you would indulge me for 1 minute, I think. Oh, I'm not done.
Right, and could have one more question, Councilman, and then I'd like to just give, everyone else has their hand up as well. So.
Thank you for indulging me. I know that I've exceeded my time limit a lot. This would be to Director Schaefer. I truly am not in understanding. On page 2 of your position paper, Director, the last paragraph, it says a risk of not proceeding with the first step is that the General Assembly might enact more generous pay-as-you-go or reimbursement incentives that currently apply. And Warwick will have missed getting in that key. I don't understand the first part of it. At the risk of not, how could not proceeding, and maybe it's just a typographical error, I don't understand, I can't comprehend the risk of not proceeding would the General Assembly would act a more generous pay as you go or reimbursement incentive. I don't understand what that means. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Well, the governor put in his budget in the middle of January, Councilman, additional incentives that are really not totally clear what the details are. And the General Assembly is going to act on that proposal in one form or another. And what that action will be, we don't know. So the deadline is here by regulation, as I understand it. And if you're not in the queue, so to speak, you're not going to be part and parcel of whatever the General Assembly deliberates on. And we'll all have egg on our face if something comes out that's a lot more generous. But I think, as I said later, and as Solicitor Walsh has been telling you, you've really got two bites at the apple. One, it goes through the stage 2 process, and the second is presumably they come back to you, the school committee comes back to you, maybe this spring, maybe some other time, and then you get to make the decision with the mayor as to whether you want to bring to the people a referendum to issue the kind of debt that we're talking about that would have to be issued to build 2 new high schools.
Okay, but I still don't understand what that line means. A risk of not proceeding. We don't do this. We say, forget it. We're not doing it.
Well, then you're not gonna get in the queue as part of the application process.
Right, but this says that is the first step that the General Assembly might enact more generous pay. If we opt out, we don't do anything, how does that impact us for a more generous pay? I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, I gave you a scenario on costs based upon what currently applies essentially. And with a very hefty, the lowest cost includes the best possible incentives. But suppose they change the rules. We will have missed the boat if they don't have that pending before them.
Okay. Mr. President, I think I see the school department's attorney on here now.
Correct. He's just joined. If we could just ask that one specific question, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Travis next, who has been waiting patiently.
Sure. My question is, have you heard the conversation on this?
I have not.
Okay, so let me just get back to my documents here. So it has been stated that the requirement for stage 2 is that the ride requirement. Well, I'll just read the whole thing to you. It says, upon the preliminary determination by RIDE that the project meets the criteria for the stage 1 of the necessity of school construction process, the application proceeds to stage 2. Item 2, stage 2 of the process requires districts to complete a feasibility study, cost projections, design plans, and site work. So in asking some questions about this, it was stated to us that the site work has not been completed yet. That portion of this process requirement has not been completed yet. And doing some quick research today, admittedly, last minute, I'm under the impression, well, I need to clarify, does this item 2, does this need to be complete in its entirety prior to us voting on it? My position here with this is a few things. Again, I'll reiterate, to protect the city council from being in violation of something, to also protect the school department and administration in such that RIDE doesn't determine that, wait a minute, you know what, they voted on it and it wasn't complete, end of story, done. So I'm looking for reassurance to us, the city council, that yes, we are within our legal parameters of voting on this.
So Councilman Lattiser, I mean, I'm a little loath to obviously give the council legal advice. That's not my role and certainly wouldn't be my purview. But with that said, my experience with RIDE, having gone through this process with a number of districts, is stage 2 is still a relatively fluid stage. A lot of things change between stage 2 and stage 3. So to be honest with you, the short answer to your question is I don't see an issue with the committee voting if in fact the site work isn't completely done. That's a non-researched opinion, which is always somewhat dangerous. But with that said, I've been through this enough. I feel relatively comfortable saying I don't think there would be any. I mean, it's noted for the record. It's on record that process, to what you're telling me, by the way, I have no idea, hasn't been completed. But again, I do know, dealing with RIDE, that stage 2 piece is very fluid. A lot of things change from 1 to 2 and then from 2 to 3. So,
okay, I'm sorry. Could you just state your name for the record, please?
Sure, I apologize. It's Andrew Henius.
Okay, Mr. President, we have 2 legal opinions over there. I have no reason to question that or challenge that. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have a lot of issues and concerns with this whole thing, and I think I can touch base with everyone who's spoken already, and especially when we're saying like $350 million for this project. And even if it is a couple of years from now, we all know it's going to be a lot more than $350 million. We see that with every project we ever had. I know Councilman Foley brought it up about the building that we just heard that we got a big increase. It's going to be a bigger increase, whether it's because of the cost of material went up or labor went up, but it's going to be a lot more than $350 million. And the public out there is concerned. Now, I know we are talking about 2 schools and we have to talk about it because that's what's in front of us. But they all want to know, why isn't it just 1 school? How can we afford 2 schools when we got less kids in the school system now? And what are you going to have? 2 schools with not many people? Because the fact of the matter is the taxpayers are not going to be happy with a $300 or $400 increase in their in every year. I mean, right now they're going crazy worrying about the rehab we're going to have this year. So now they're looking, saying, well, we're going to get hit with that much money from, they're going to move. You know, I want a new school, at least 1 new school. But I mean, the project's calling for 2, and I understand that, but I don't think that was the right thing to do. I think we should have tried, we would have been easier to sell it as a 1 school project. I think we're going to have bigger problems. I think sometimes, I'm not saying the school committee or the school administration, but they don't realize that when we do a budget, it's not just the schools. We have police, we have fire, we have public works, we have all the pensions and all the raises or whatever. We have a lot more than just schools. Now, I have a granddaughter that's only in the middle school. So I'm concerned about high schools for her, but you got to be considerate for the people who are going to be paying for this. And I can't foresee the Warwick taxpayers saying that they want to pay another 3 or 4. We have seniors that don't have any kids in the school system. You think they're going to think this is wonderful? We have a lot of issues. We got to really think. I know the schools are in bad condition. They've been neglected. When a lot of us were talking about it all the time for years and years in every budget, I always said that if I'm writing the check, I want to be able to say where the money's going. Money went everywhere else but where we wanted it to go. And a lot of it was maintenance. Now, I don't want to keep going on. A lot of the people said some of the stuff I wanted to say before, but we have a lot of issues and we got to really think this out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Gephardt.
Thanks, Council President, and thanks to the members of the school department and committee for being here. And I appreciate especially Mr. Gothberg and Mr. Testa and Superintendent Danbrook, the detailed responses over the weekend. So I've had a number of calls on this from residents. Surprisingly, so far, a lot of calls in support. You know, even despite the large price tag. You know, Pilgrim was built in 62, Tollgate in 52. We are now in 22. So it's only appropriate that on the 50th and 60th, so 60th and 70th, I don't know, on the anniversary, 72. Oh, I wrote the wrong number here. Thank you. It's only appropriate on the anniversary that we're here looking at this. You know, I think a number of members of the council have pointed out some really valuable points. You know, that there's risk around the price, the cost increasing between now and when we build the school. And I 100% agree with that point, that these schools are never going to get less expensive than they are today. With interest rates headed up, costs continue to rise, labor rates continue to rise. It's only going to get more and more expensive to do what we already know we need to do. So the first questions that I sent to Mr. Gothberg and to the superintendent were, why can't we build one giant school? I've heard that from constituents. I've heard that from others. I've had people point out, Cambridge High School and a bunch of high schools in Massachusetts have north of 2,000 students in their enrollment. But we aren't those places. And so far from the research that I understand, both the city and the school department have done, siting is a massive problem. So you already know what the traffic is like going to, Warwick Vets or going to Pilgrim or going to Tollgate on any given morning. Just imagine a school that had twice the number of students and twice the amount of traffic. There's a number of other considerations around that I thought were really, really thoughtfully conveyed to me. Okay, if we can't consolidate and do one big school, what if we just do one at a time? I've heard that raised as well. Well, with a 50 and a 60-year-old school, when can you do one at a time that doesn't overlap? So we're going to do one, and in 20 years, we start the next one. Well, now we've got a 60 to 70-year-old school that needs to be replaced immediately thereafter. And we talked about the rising costs. We talked about interest rates. What's it going to cost us then? And what is the incentive scenario going to be when we look at it then? So, these are just some of the things that I've been mulling over. It is certainly a big pill to swallow. It is a massive number. The entire city budget is, on the order of what the cost of these two schools is. But when you think about the lifespan of the schools that we have, you take $350 million and imagine these two schools last us another 50 years. You're talking about $7 million a year over the next 50 years. That's the sort of distributed cost of these schools over their lifetime. That's just 2% of the annual budget. So, you have to break this down. Know that these are long-term investments in the city. I think we will have an opportunity to get more into the details. I've heard several of my colleagues say, hey, we'd like to see some more of the packet. We'd like to see some more of the detail behind this. I agree with that. But in sort of doing some more research into the process itself, right? And hearing Solicitor Walsh talk about where we are, right? This is sort of a gut check. If the city council said, absolutely not, we don't need any schools, we could just vote no tonight and then, it's done. But I think there's a lot of support that we do need new schools. We're coming to grips with the reality of what that actually means for both ourselves, for the city, and for the residents who will have to pay for these. But what we're here to do tonight is to say, yep, in theory, we are in favor of this. We want RIDE to go through the application, make sure that our ducks are in a row. We want to keep looking at the finances. We want to be creative and see if there's other funding options available to us. And then we'll come back here and hopefully we'll have significant resident input. We'll have people for, we'll have people against, but we got to do the right thing for the future students, for the future families who are going to move here. And this investment would show a strong commitment to the community on behalf of the community and for the future. So I encourage you at least to support tonight, and we can get into the details later.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sinapi.
Howdy. So I know actually a good chunk of the people now involved weren't necessarily around for the prior discussions on this over the course of several years now, long time, in fact, where there've been some important conclusions that were reached previously that aren't really the main topic of tonight, nor really should there be. But it does address some of the concerns raised by some people. For instance, unfortunately, the renovation of vets by several school committees ago kind of torpedoed the option for a super high school where you just have one. That would have been not only the spot for it, but it was perfect. Once that got renovated, it was all over as an option, really. The idea of having two schools instead of one, so whether it be renovation or new schools, that was in part based on when we had the expert, who was national expert, he might have been a global expert, but at least a national one. They had a cross section of the community together, so students, teachers, administrators, legislators, you name it. And overwhelmingly, the desire was to address both schools, not just one, for a lot of reasons, among them being parity. The fact that when you build a new high school, new families come in, and you don't want everybody to just rush to one section of the city because that's going to come with a whole host of other problems. And you don't want the continued perception that you favor or give all the benefits to one area of the school districts. Because for those who weren't around for the prior cutting of schools when they were deciding which ones to close, that was a huge issue. And people were upset. And because at least the perception, regardless of what was actually going on, was that the school committee and the city cared about one part of the city, not the other. You don't want that. It does no one any favors. It only hurts. And while Pilgrim is in not great shape, to put it very gently, it's important to know that Tollgate has some pretty severe problems. Among them, windowless classrooms that become virtually uninhabitable on hot days. Like it just becomes a non-starter. I was in some of those classrooms. I know it's not good. My siblings who went 12 years after me still ran into problems where on some days it was too hot to have lessons. So huge chunks of the building just reported to the auditorium for the day because that was the only option. So it's not just Pilgrim's so bad that it needs to be fixed. And yeah, Tollgate, it's whatever. It's like, no, there's problems that are so severe at Tollgate that learning becomes a non-starter on some days, not to mention potentially dangerous as far as being in the building. And I'm sure there's plenty of teachers that could espouse on all the issues at length. Because I remember when we had these meetings in the past, they did. It's not good, to put it gently. So to do one building and not the other, unfortunately, doesn't really seem possible, even though it would be ideal both financially and logistically. I think there's no doubt in that. But just try to keep in mind that it's likely that most, if not all of your concerns that you may have were actually addressed by prior instances where everyone came together. So I'm glad everybody's willing to follow up and get the documentation and whatnot. Please rely on that as opposed to taking a firm stance that, well, they don't have it right at their fingertips now, so it's a no. Because, I mean, odds are it's already been figured out potentially years ago. You just need to give them a moment to actually get it at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the city council who haven't had a chance to speak? Would you like to speak at this time? Okay, I'm going to go to the two council people that have their hands up for the second time, and then I'd like to open it up to members of the public. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'm going to make a suggestion here when it comes to taxes. We're going to need to replace these schools sooner or later. It's really better to do it sooner because what do we think is going to happen with interest rates? Do we think that they're going to return to historic lows? Or do you think that based on inflation, that these interest rates are inevitably going to go up? Do we think that the labor shortage is really going to get all that much better? Looking years and years down the road as opposed to in the shorter term? It goes back to one of those classic sayings that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. Beyond that, let's just think about some of the consequences of if we don't act. I've actually surprisingly, contrary to, well, I suppose in contrast, to say it a little more precisely, to my colleague from Ward 9, I've actually been receiving a lot of phone calls and emails in opposition to building these new schools. Concerns about tax rates. And there are some valid concerns there. I think that the public should be more educated on this, and then they'll be able to see the big picture. In fact, I'm hearing from a lot of people who live in the area immediately surrounding Pilgrim High School, and people are concerned, and rightfully so. Taxes, it is a valid concern. That's something that I think that this city council can address through some other means. Obviously, we aren't going to get into all those details at this time, but for the folks on the other side of the city, something that we should really keep in mind on taxes is that, just looking at the metrics, the last assessment I saw was probably a year and a half or 2 years ago when the study was done. There may have been a more updated one that it's the one that grades the high schools on a 0 to 100 scale. And when it reaches a certain point, lower is worse. Then the state stops reimbursing and it goes downhill from there. And eventually the school is forced to be closed. According to those metrics, the last reports I saw, I'm not saying that Tollgate is in particularly good condition, because it's not, but Pilgrim, according to those metrics that I've seen, is in worse condition. The price of inaction here is that instead of us making a decision is going to be made for us. When a decision is made for us, we're not going to like it. It may involve Pilgrim High School being closed, all of those students going somewhere else, a school building that can actually accommodate them. So what would that look like for those folks who don't have kids going to Pilgrim High, whose kids, if they have kids, are in the part of the school district that would go instead to Tollgate? Would that affect them? Well, it sure would when it comes to taxes, because what happens when a school becomes unaccredited or is forced to close? What do you think happens to property taxes in that area? That area, half of the city that sends its kids to Pilgrim High School. Those property tax rates are going to plummet because the property values are going to plummet because people don't want to see the high school for their section of the city non-accredited or unoccupiable and have to ship their kids to some other town. Can you imagine what would happen to the property taxes? And then think about what happens when property values on one side of the city plummet. The other half of the city ends up making up for that on their property taxes because we have these revals every 3 years and it has to balance out somehow. When you have one half go way down, the other half ends up having to make up for some difference there. This isn't a situation where we get to tread water. The school, Pilgrim High School, Tollgate 2, their condition is going to get worse, not better. It's not going to just stay the same if we don't give it any attention. We have to do something here, or a decision is going to be made for us, and it's not going to be pretty. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser. You're muted, Councilman.
You missed the best part of my conversation. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to summarize my position on this. So first of all, this bond is going to be repaid in 20 years. I think someone might have mentioned longer term, but we're talking about a 20-year repay. And to put it a little bit more in perspective, just with the school bond, we could be looking at somewhere in the vicinity of about $1.50 price increase, a tax increase. If we were to have to implement a maximum tax increase based upon the levy numbers we received tonight, if my numbers are correct, that's about a 94% maximum tax increase. That translates into a $2.44 tax increase. On that $300,000 home that was used as an example prior of increasing about $350 to $400, it could be more like $700 to $750. I don't disagree with the majority of my colleagues, the school committee, the administration, regarding our needs for a new school, perhaps 2 new schools. My position on this is, I feel this is a huge issue. It's about 2 buildings right now, what we're talking about, but it's also about the future of our city. It's also about the taxpayers' future as well. We're talking long-term results or impacts on what we do or don't do. I personally do not feel that the people that elected me want me to make that decision for them. This is such a huge decision. It is such a huge impact on the future of our city. My feeling is that this needs to go to the voters. The voters need to make that decision. I don't feel that's our job. Some people may say, well, that's what you got elected for. I disagree with that when it comes to this matter. Yes, it's our responsibility to protect the taxpayers' pocketbooks as best we can, sharpen the pencil on the prices of tires and sand and fire trucks and police cars, et cetera, and to legislate. I agree with all of that. But this has such a far-reaching effect on future generations, not just us here today. It has a huge impact on future generations. There's been comments about, well, people who don't have kids in school, they're going to be particularly upset. Well, here's my feeling on that. When my 2 children were going through the Warwick school system, we got an outstanding education. We had a lot of people my age who were paying taxes to send those kids to school. It's my turn now to pay my share of the taxes for your kids to go to school. This is not something that is subjective. This is something that we have a responsibility for. And I don't mean to preach to anyone. I'm just trying to get my message across that, first and foremost, I wanted to be sure we were in the right position for voting on this action tonight. I do not, nor do I intend or want to stop this process from going forward. No, I have no intentions of wanting to do that. But what I do feel that is critically important is that we as a governing body, we as the elected officials in the city of Warwick, let's put it in the hands of the taxpayers. Let's trust the taxpayers to vote and give us the direction of what they want, as opposed to impacting the future of our city, of our people for generations to come. I don't think that decision should be made by 9 people, no matter who those 9 people are. My personal feelings is we have an obligation to send this to the taxpayers. The taxpayers have the responsibility of telling us what they want. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to open this up to members of the public. Thank you for participating this evening. So we are on Zoom here. So if you want to raise your hand here, and I believe Chris from MIS is our moderator this evening, or is in control here, so he can unmute people. And if you just want to call on people. And again, the only thing being debated this evening is whether the city council is going to support the application for the stage 2 to ride. So that is what the decision, there will be no final decision on of the schools this evening. This is just being asked this evening if the city council supports the application moving forward in the process. So Chris or Phil, if you want to let the first person in, and if you could just identify yourself for the record, so the city clerk has that information.
RC, could you please unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Councilman. This is Bob Cushman, former Warwick School Committee Chairman and City Council member. Just a quick brief statement, and I want to get into the city's borrowing capacity. I've been looking at the independent auditors report that was distributed to the council from June 30th of 2021. There's some interesting things I wanted to discuss, but first, I almost want to just apologize to the kids of the city, because I think, over the last 20 years, the city and the school leaders, we've kind of let the kids down. We haven't had this long-term planning necessary to address these things. And, I would look at a maximum tax increase now gets us $8 million, and just the spending alone for the borrowing cost is going to be like 2 times of a maximum tax increase. When we look at all the other spending in the city, we could be going up to a 3-time maximum tax increase. So one recommendation I would make is that I really think, after this process gets done, that the city and the schools get together and put a combined 5- and 10-year plan together with all these variables, all these new spending variables, all these new borrowing variables, so you can actually present to the public what all this stuff's going to actually cost. So with that being said, I want to dive right into the city borrowing capacities. And I got some quick questions, and hopefully I can get yes/no answers, because I know my time is limited. So did the school committee, building committee investigate the legal debt limit of the city before making a recommendation to borrow hundreds of millions of dollars to build 2 new high schools?
Do we have someone from the school committee that can answer that question?
Council President, I'll answer that. No, I don't believe we explored the city's debt limit capacity.
Okay.
Although I was not the chair at the time, there was a previous chair to me when this process started. So as far as I know, it wasn't, but I'd have to ask the previous chair.
Hey, can I just ask, just identify yourself when you answer a question? Some people are on the phone here. They might not be able to see you, so.
Apologies. Dave Testa, building committee chair and school committee member.
Okay, thank you, Council President. This is another question to you, the chair. Has the city council investigated other borrowing priorities in the city and the effect that borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars for the new high schools will have on the borrowing capacity for those other projects?
The city council asked for the finance department to provide us this information that he presented this evening.
Okay, thank you. Does RIDE factor in the city's borrowing capabilities into the stage 2 decision?
Someone from the school committee or
Yes,
school department?
Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction. Yes, there has to be a plan put together with the finance director from both the city and the school department.
Okay, if the city does not have the capability to borrow the funds necessary to construct the 2 schools, could that jeopardize RIDE's approval of the stage 2 application?
I believe it could.
Okay, so this is what I want to get into right now. So if you go into the financial report of the city, it starts breaking down what the borrowing capability of the city of Warwick is. So does anybody on this call know what the legal limit is and how it is determined for the borrowing capability of the city? I think, Council President, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. Do we have anyone from the administration who would like to answer that question? Mr. Schaefer, you're on mute.
There we go. If you look at the standard operating procedure now is the language of the referendum and the language authorizing you borrowing exempts the city from the charter provisions of borrowing. Now, I'm not saying that's the right way to be done, but that's the way it's done in almost all cities and towns. So that the charter provisions relating to, and the state law provisions relating to debt limit don't usually apply. Now, we just went through a rating review last week with S&P. Our debt levels are not burdensome relative to the standards that they're looking at, but obviously, and they ask questions about, are you considering doing something else? Now, we've got another 56 million in authorization we haven't borrowed yet. This would obviously, they would be asking a lot of questions about this, but I don't think the state law provisions aren't really relevant to this. What's relevant is what's the tax capacity of the city to support that kind of debt.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. So I want to read from page 11 of the June 30th Independent Auditors Report. And what it says, quote, state statute limits the amount of bonds a governmental entity can issue to 3% of the total assessed evaluation. So if you go on and look through the document, it actually gives you the formula that it uses for the city. So there's something called Note 6 and that's on page 43. And what it looks at, the total gross assessed value of all the property in the city, it's about $11.1 billion. It subtracts out $500 million for exemptions, and it gets to the net assessed value of 10.6 million approximately. So when you multiply that by 3%, you come out to the debt limitation of the city by law is $319 million. So that's documented in that financial report. Now, what Mr. Schaefer, you just alluded to is what they also do in that report is they subtract out the current debt outstanding for general obligation bonds in the city, which is 57 million. So basically that nets out the debt limit of the city to 262 million. So now my question is on the schedule of bonds payable, Mr. Schaefer, you put 56 million. I think you talked about in your memo, and I did see that, and that's actually in the financial report as new money that came in. So I think that was from the 2020 bond. But they also have $27 million of school renovation bonds that they have that have not been approved. Just a quick question. Has that money been approved by the council for school renovations? It's part of the $96 million in elementary and middle school borrowing.
The council just approved 2-3 months ago, $26.9 million. We're going through that right now.
Okay, so if we take that away, just like we took the other 57 million, and then if the council approves the 56 million that you've already just discussed, and I think you have in your memo, that puts our debt limit at $180 million. So now these aren't my numbers. I didn't make these up. So my question is, you're going to be submitting this stage 2 of, I guess, packet of information asking to borrow up to $350 million. And right now we can borrow up to 262 according to the financial statements. Well, actually it's less than that with the 26 million. So, you know, my question is basically based on the city's financial documents, we can only borrow up to 25 million. So is there a way that we can legally go over that?
Yes.
And how do we do that?
The answer is that the act of the General Assembly typically, and it's for most municipalities, provides an exemption from the state law. And once the General Assembly passes that, it no longer applies. And that's common practice.
So we're saying now, you released the 27 million. If you release the 56 million, that's 180. You're actually talking about then putting an additional, I don't know, 200 and something more million. What would that put us up to? That would put us up to like about 500 million.
I understand, but that limit, the 3% limit will not apply.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is we have to pay those bills. It's like, you know, you keep opening up credit cards, right? We got to pay the principal and interest on it. So my point of this whole discussion is that is there going to be some kind of statement put into that document that says that the city school department will go, does the city council and the mayor have to approve that I guess, overage of the debt limit in the city?
Yes.
So as part of that stage 2 application, the city would have to do that, right?
No, as I discussed in my communication and I discussed with the councilor, there's 2 bites at the apple here. This is to send it to stage 2. Then at some point, if there was agreement on the final plans and the other documentation that's been talked about here, the school committee would come back to the council and there would be a decision made whether to present a referendum to the people. And that the language of that referendum would almost certainly provide an exemption on the 3% state statutory cap.
Okay, so, and thank you, Mr. President, for, I think someone had their hand up. You want me to hold on?
Go ahead, please continue.
Oh, okay, so the other thing I just want to talk about to wrap things up is I've been looking at the city budget over the last few years, and I know we increased our general fund bond liability by $4.2 million. We're borrowing more money, and I've been keeping track of the city budget for almost 20 years now. We're at our highest amount of debt, of principal and interest payments in the city. We're spending $9 million. I look at the lease purchase amounts and we're at $1.9 million, almost $2 million for lease purchases. I'm looking at the financial statement. It's called note number 9, and it's saying that the city's going to need $3.4 million for lease purchases. That's just what we have on the books now. That wouldn't count any other new lease purchases that you continue to do. So I'm looking at the school committee fiscal impact of the teacher's contract. They're saying they're going to need $2 million in 8 years. The school's 5-year plan shows that they're going to be increasing their spending $5 million a year for the next 5 years. City healthcare costs are going up $2 million a year. This city budget this year increased spending by $7 million. So realistically, this is just off the top of my head. To me, it wouldn't be unrealistic to say that the cities and schools combined spending could be over $10 million a year. And like I said, when I first started this, we're talking about a maximum tax increase of $8 or $9 million. So I think the one thing that can do, and you're probably going to move this along because I understand what you're trying to do in terms of getting the best rates and whatever. But in the meantime, I think the city should immediately bring in, if you had to bring in outside consultants or let Mr. Schaefer do it. It's not too hard to set up some kind of a model where you could plug all these variables in and we could let the taxpayers and everybody know when this bond or whatever this comes before the city council again, what is the total spending we're going to need in the city in 5 to 10 years? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Chris, if you can let the next speaker, and please identify yourself for the record.
Rob Cody, please unmute.
Good evening, council members and school committee members. My name is Rob Cody. I'm from Ward 7. And I have been an outspoken advocate for new schools for at least a dozen years. I've spoken publicly at council meetings and at school committee meetings. And it's well known that to entice families to come to a community, schools are typically the first things that they look at. But you have to look at all aspects of it, because when intelligent families are thinking about moving to Warwick because we have new schools, that's admirable, right? However, the flip side to that is when the construction cost of those schools cause the tax rate to be escalated above the maximum tax increase year after year, that becomes a detrimental aspect to families that are considering coming to Warwick. So that's something that we really have to look at. The other thing that we have to look at is, it's no secret that the educational practice in Warwick has been declining, and our scores have been declining for years, every year, right? And this year was no different. Yet, part of the problem is our expenses that we have. And every year, although our grades keep declining in terms of proficiency, we keep giving out raises and more raises, which impacts the bottom line of what we have to spend on our children. But I wanted to give you a little bit of background on myself, because I know I'm the guy that's known as the guy that's the bearer of bad news. But let me give you a little bit of my expertise. I work in construction management as an owner's representative, as a structural inspector of record. I've been doing it for 30 years. In the past 12 to 15 years, the vast majority of my work has been on school construction projects. I've been involved in over 24 new school construction projects, a handful of high school projects, a handful of elementary and middle school projects, and also several technical school projects. One of the things that they have in common with, and by the way, all in Massachusetts, one of the things that they have in common is the formula that they used for the basis of the constructability and the cost on the project. In high schools, they have been using the formula. This was up until the middle of 2021. The formula was number of students times 225 square feet per student times $400 to $420 per square foot. So I'd like to just give you a example of how that's changing. And as you all know, middle schools and elementary schools, it's the same basic formula, but there's a little difference. The amount of square footage per student is a little less, and the cost per square foot is a little less. I'm involved in a project right now, new construction of a high school, that's 425,000 square feet, state of the art. And they estimated this project, which was approved a year and a half ago, at $225 a square foot. I'm sorry, 225 square foot per student times the number of students times $420 per square foot of construction. Just since that project has been approved, the commodities escalation has gone from $425 a square foot to $691 a square foot. And it's escalated the cost of that project from $169 million to $293,400,000 because of commodities escalations. So we don't have any of that information or any of that data tonight, but what I'd like to know from the Director of Capital Projects, what number are you using in terms of construction per square foot?
Good evening, Rob. Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction and Capital Projects. How are you?
How are you, Steve? Nice to speak with you.
Same here. We are, square footage per student is dictated by RIDE. So standard high school is 185 square foot per student as dictated by RIDE. Because of our inclusion of career and tech into our schools, we are looking closer to the 215 to 220 square foot per student range. We've also, we're looking at 700 at this point in time, $700 per square foot for construction costs.
So that's a huge escalation as compared to a year and a half ago. It's almost double. And as everybody knows, once this is approved, the cost escalations in every project I've ever seen happen in Warwick, there's never been a commodities escalation clause that protects the taxpayer. I've actually been on projects where I've seen an architect come in and say, well, we're going to change the entire entrance foyer, and the taxpayer comes out with another $230,000, $240,000 because of architectural changes. So once this passes, you know, we don't know what we're on the hook for. And for example, Steve, what I'd like to ask you, what's the estimate on the tonnage of steel for the Pilgrim School, for example?
We're not there at that point. I don't have a tonnage estimate. We're at schematic design at this point.
But you do have O'Day engineers involved in the project, and they haven't given you an estimate on tons of steel?
Not that I am aware of. I can bring the architect in if you give me a second.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, this is Steve Guglielmo, architect with Secosio and Associates.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, we do have some information from the structural engineers. We've sent it over to the estimators. I don't have the tonnage readily available, but I could get that for you. We have an estimator working on the estimates as we speak.
Okay,
So
so
they're not-
have you sent out any RFPs to any fabricators yet?
No, we're
Okay.
doing everything through our estimator in Boston.
Okay, so I would expect then that as of this date, right now, you don't have a cost per ton for fabrication, correct?
Not per ton, no. We could check with the estimators. He didn't give us all his information yet. He just gave us a preliminary report today. And we should be getting his final report within the next couple of days.
So basically, the cost of this school project that you're projecting is based upon that formula of number of students times square footage times times you build out per square foot, correct?
Yes, it's based on the number of students by the square footage number. The numbers we're getting in right now just for construction for, say, the Tollgate School is $487 a square foot. And then you factor everything in with escalation and overhead and profit, you're up at $678 a square foot.
That's just enormous commodities escalation that the taxpayer, I don't see how the taxpayer will be able to burden this. So if you look at Mr. Schaefer's breakdown, he has the best case scenario at 13.5 million, worst case scenario at 19.5 million. Let's just go in the middle for a second and just speculate, because that's what we're doing, right? Everything that we're doing tonight is speculation. But if you look at 16 million, right, that the cost of this school over the 20-year bond is going to cost us $16 million a year. The city can only raise 8.6 million with a maximum tax increase every year. So, I mean, to me, this says we're going to get walloped with tax increases, right? And as it is, as of this date, the number of enrollment of students continues to decline. What do you think is going to happen when prospective young families are looking at Warwick and they're seeing tax increases year after year after year with no end in sight? Because, I mean, this situation with these schools and the ramifications to the tax base is going to become very, very public, right? So the general public is not going to say, well, if we build it now, it'll cost us less than if we build it in 2 years. They're not going to say that. They're going to look at the ramifications to their immediate budget. And I can tell you, I was totally against the rehabilitation of Warwick vets. In my opinion, that building should have been bulldozed down in the early 70s, all right? And for the reasons that Councilman Sinapi spoke about, I spoke about that years and years ago, continue to dump money into buildings that just don't support it. So I think, and as I watched the video of the Pilgrim School, it's all nice. And, when you have the wish list and you want all these wonderful, beautiful things, it's great to wish for all these things when you're not even looking at how much it's going to cost everybody. And, one of the things that really kind of sent me a curveball was that we've included a rock climbing wall in the boulevard of the school. I'm wondering if anybody has really thought about the liabilities associated with a rock climbing wall in the school. I mean, that, to me, I really was taken back on, the thought of installing a rock climbing wall within the school. So that's a problem. So I'm a member of the American Welding Society, American Society of Non-Destructive Testing. And I was asked in October to give a seminar to all of the inspectors in this area, in the New England area, on structural inspection and the problems that we're having today. And I can tell you this, what we have seen in the last 10 years is the quality of workmanship has plummeted on the structural side. And I've talked to certain council members about my experience and some of the things that I've gone through. And it's really unfortunate that the quality of work that we're getting now is really, the only word that I can use is deplorable. When we go into some of these buildings, these new construction buildings, we've got 80%, 90% sometimes of rejections of lack of code compliance. And it takes us weeks, if not months, to get clarifications from the engineers of records, whether it be a field fix that's required because of a misfabrication or a welding of the structure that does not meet the minimum basic code requirements. And part of that problem is because we just don't have the skilled technicians in the field anymore. And just in welders alone, New England is short like 150,000 welders, right? On the projects that we're on now, they're not on time and they're not on budget because of factors like this. And just a word on time and on budget. On all of the projects that I have been on, where the projects are bid by the general contractor in a flat bid, all right, a not to exceed bid, the vast majority of those projects come in on time and under budget. And as a matter of fact, I did the Lexington School last year, which is a school for 900 kids, middle school, 22,000 square foot community center, performing arts, theater, gymnasium. And by the way, it was powered geothermal heating electric, 100 heating and cooling geothermal. It came in $2 million under budget at $64 million. On each project that I have presided over as the structural inspector of record, that I have to sign the building off. And on top of the general contractor, we have a construction manager. Every one of those jobs comes in over budget and not on time, because we're adding an extra layer of bureaucracy. And typically what happens in the construction management is we load up these projects with young kids that are just breaking into the construction management industry. So the addition of a CM on top of the general contractor in reality adds an extra cost to the project. And that extra cost is borne by the taxpayer. So it's something that we have to look at.
Thank you very much, sir. We're going to move on to the next caller. Thank you very much. Your time is allotted, so we're going to go to the next caller. Chris?
Caller 8281, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, Barbara Walsh. I'm sorry to be taking time from Rob Cody, because it sounds like he had a lot of valuable stuff to ask about. I do not. My question is a process question, although I have a lot of substantive issues with this whole thing. I think it was poorly done. I think it's being poorly managed. And I have a lot of concerns about the money and the need as designed. But my question is, if you go ahead and proceed with allowing this to go to RIDE for step 2, they approve it, and now it comes back to you, council members. Are you then bound to what was sent to them and approved, or at that point, can you make substantive changes in the plans, or are you bound by 2 new schools and the designs of the schools, the costs of the schools, as we are hearing them tonight and we heard in the past?
Good evening, Mrs. Walsh. So yeah, the city council, again, this evening, as you mentioned, we are just voting on whether we support the application to move forward for stage 2. If at that time RIDE, if that were to pass, then RIDE would review this. If they agree and accept the application, it would then come back to the city council. And then the only thing we would be able to vote on is whether or not to send that, send the recommendation asking the General Assembly to put that on the ballot. The city council cannot make any substantive changes to the application itself. So the 2-step process on the council's part is what's up before us this evening is, do we support or not support the application moving forward to RIDE? And if that is supported, and then it does come back from RIDE, the city council will then have a piece of legislation which will be debated on of whether or not to ask the General Assembly to put that on the ballot.
But if you vote to put it on the ballot, it's as RIDE approves it, correct?
Correct. It'll be the plan and the application that was approved by RIDE.
So your hands are tied.
Correct.
So where is the opportunity for citizens and the council to try to get substantive changes in this mess? There isn't any.
Yeah, I mean, the school committee has had numerous meetings on this, public comments. They had public forums dating back a couple of years on this. So they have done their procedure. But for the city council members, those are just the two things that we have authority over.
So this whole process is really a moot point from the perspective of citizens who have concerns about space or taxes or what's in the building or anything. So any of the concerns raised by any of us are kind of like, oh ho hum, they're moot points, nothing we can do about any of that.
At this time in the application, again, if it were to go forward and then it would go before the would be on the ballot, then every voter and taxpayer would have a say because they would vote on it one way or the other.
Yeah, but it could have been enhanced by making changes at different points rather than saying it's all or nothing, which is what's being said right now as written. It's all or nothing. It proceeds or it doesn't. If it does proceed and RIDE accepts it, which they will, sends it back to you guys, you have one decision. Ask the General Assembly to pass it or not to pass it. You will ask them to pass it, and then it's up to the citizens to try to do catch-up with all the issues that were raised tonight and not even raised yet because there are more concerns. This is a terrible process. Can I make a suggestion to you guys?
Yep, this
Try to
public
get
forum.
rid of the school committee. You guys take this over with the mayor's office. This is awful, the whole process. And it puts citizens in a terrible position. So it's almost like you're for kids or you're against kids. Regardless of the price, regardless of the costs, regardless of the debt, you're putting people in a position to say we're for kids or we're against kids. And that's not fair. And that's my naive comment.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to contact us. Chris, if you can let the next caller in, please.
Rick Casella, please unmute.
Chris, what do you press to unmute if he's doing it from a phone?
It looks like he's using the Zoom app, Mr. President, so he can just click the unmute button.
Sure. There he is.
Oh, I'm sorry. First, my name's Rick Casella. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I really only have one point. I kind of agree that moving it to the next level is not something that it would be a bad thing. In that, I agree with Ed Lattisaw that the at least at the very end of the process, the voter will have an opportunity to vote on it on a referendum. But I also understand Barbara Walsh's comments, and I think what she was getting at was asking if there was going to be any point in the process after we get through what sounds like she believes, and I agree, is a foregone conclusion that this will be moved on to the next level. But that is there any time in the interim that adjustments can be made to the design in that won't affect the contract itself? You know, instead of it being an all or nothing thing. I noticed Director Mr. Gothberg had his hand up when she was talking about that. Do you have a comment, sir?
Thank you, Rick.
Question?
Yep, Steve Gothberg, Director of Constructions.
Hi,
How are you,
Steve.
Mr. Casella?
Good. How are you? And thank you for your time.
Thank you. This is a conceptual design. What we apply when we submit when the submission goes into RIDE for stage 2, it is schematic and conceptual. As we move forward, there are many points where we can do value engineering, or there can be changes to be made that will affect the project. The base concept, the educational visioning, everything that we've done over the past almost 3 years has to stay, but because that's part of the submission. But there, the structure of the building, what goes into it, the climbing wall, perhaps, the walking track, things that people would consider frivolous, perhaps, could be taken out as value engineering. There are steps there. We will listen. The final product would not be etched in stone at this point in time, nor as it comes back to the committee to go to the state legislature. Final design does not start until bonding is approved. And at that point, as design starts, that's when things get etched in stone. Is that clear?
Yes, sounds like it matters at the time what cost will be and where you can find the most economy. So I understand what you're saying. So the design will remain the same until the money is parceled out. And at that point, if there are changes or cost, you'll shuffle things around to stay within a certain budget range, I would assume. But the initial investment is going to be 200 million that's what we've been talking about. Although everyone seems to believe, and I tend to agree, that it will probably cost more because everything does. So it gets back to a lot of the talk has been about we're going to have to pay the taxes. There's going to be taxes and tax increases, and that in my mind it's a sacrifice that the taxpayer is going to be asked to be willing to make to help Warwick become better with its schools, its facilities, and more of an attraction. So, but I haven't heard. I've heard the why, the where, and the when. I haven't heard about the how, except for that it's going to cost us more, and we're going to have to go to the taxpayer. No one's talked about any kind of panel that's going to look into efficiencies in other facets of the way we run the city, in the costs that we put out, in the kind of sacrifices that are going to have to be made on that level from a total cost of operating things. There was like a 5-year plan, something like that, which I know is not something that the council president thinks is worth the paper it's written on. But if we knew as the voters that we knew that we were going to try to make efficiencies elsewhere. We're talking about adding cost to we're not talking about a penny saved is penny earned. Doesn't seem like we're talking much about we've empaneled a group or we're planning on this, or we've looked into what we can do in other facets. I know we're talking about schools tonight, but it's all talk about what is coming out of my pocket instead of how can we change what we spend overall. And that goes to a wholesale change in the way we govern and how much detail we pay, how we handle interpretations. I've heard a lot of things about, well, we interpret this or we won't really know until then. And, that's been a tough road to hoe for the city over the years lately. And so there's a lot of, I think a lot of folks have questions. I supported moving to the next level. But I'm concerned about the sacrifice coming only from the taxpayer. And I know we all are taxpayers in Warwick. And I think there's going to be some hard decisions going forward if we decide to take this step that the council is going to have to make. People are going to have to be willing to step up and say, listen, if we're all going to, make this investment in Warwick, and we're going to reap what we believe will be dividends from this investment, then at the very least, we're in it together. And that means tough decisions that have to be made are going to have to be made. Because we all know it's politically popular for tonight to be the person that says, I'm for the kids and I want 2 new schools. But eventually there's going to be decisions that have to be made either in this process or in the process of running the entire $350 million corporation that Warwick is, and running it like a corporation, that we're going to have to find efficiencies of economy in all facets of Warwick's infrastructure and governance to offset some of these costs. If I want to buy a new car, I'm looking at my budget saying, well, what can I pay off, or what can I get? How do I find that money? And we're talking about, we'll just go make more when I should be starting by, if I economize and have 2 less pizzas, can I buy that house now? And as a realtor, I've always said, you know, as the cost is, if I offer you $1 million home and I tell you it's $1,000 a month, you don't care. You just like the price. And, you know, in the end, we're throwing some big numbers out there, and we might like the price today, but if that price changes, it changes for everybody. So we've got to be prepared to do a little bit better, you know, and being willing to make the kind of sacrifices that are coming, and we'll, you know, spread the sacrifice around. But I hope it moves forward. I think that'll be good for the city to the taxpayers to have some input, and I hope you'll be having some live, you know, maybe public forums along the way to keep us posted, rather than just having us wait for a resolution to have something put on the ballot. I'm sure you'll have other meetings, informational and such. I hope you better cut me off, or I'll keep talking. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Chris, if you can let the next person in.
Chris Minute, please unmute.
Hi, how are you tonight? I have
Good, thank you.
I have a question. I was looking at, first of all, a 2015 consultants report regarding the schools and when they started closing elementary schools and junior high schools. And it states in this report that there was a 47% excess space at the junior high and 37% in the high schools. And it says that the attendance was going to continue to decline, and that's when Warwick started closing schools. One of my questions is, do we really, I know everybody wants 2 high schools, but do we really need 2 high schools? And you're talking about building high schools because Pilgrim and Tollgate are both 50 years old. We have Holloman Elementary School that's built in 1960. We have Weinman that's built in 1936. Although we want to attract new families to Warwick, I understand that, and entice them. How can you entice a family with a high school that's only 4 years when you're going K through 8, which is 9 years of school, in schools that are much older? I've been in them. I went through the Warwick school system. When I walk in Holloman right now, nothing's changed. So how can we say we need new high schools and we don't need new elementary schools and we don't need a new junior high school? And we'll be looking at them shortly and saying, now we need millions of dollars for them.
I'll let the school department answer that, but just to point out, we have done 2 bonds totaling over $90 million for elementary and middle schools. But Mr. Tester, I believe you have your hand up.
Thank you, Council President. Dave Testa, Building Committee Chair and School Committee member. With respect to the 2015 report and the conditions of the elementaries and the schools in general, to the Council President's point, the 2 previous bonds were all passed to address issues at the elementaries and the middle schools. With respect to HVAC systems, windows, doors, building envelope, grounds, site work, etc. The high schools were among our most deficient from that analysis. And as part of this process, RIDE requires a demographic study, a third-party demographic study. And this is the 3rd demographic study I've seen done on Warwick schools. And they've all said the same thing. I mean, the population declines, and it's almost at the bottom, and then it starts to regenerate again. Now, it doesn't go back to 10,000 students, but it kind of plateaus and then starts to creep back up. And so every demographic study has shown that there's still going to be between 21, 22, 2,300 high school age students in the city. So that population remains stable. So that's why initially the two high school plan was put forward. And I personally, I think Warwick is a two high school city. And that's, your point is well taken, the age of our elementary schools. And I think that the city has a long-range strategic plan, because if we're successful in building two new high schools, in 15 years, all that work we're doing at the elementary schools, I think it gets us 15 to 20 more years out of them. But then the city has to have a conversation as to what do we do with elementary schools? Other cities are doing that. Cranston is closing the old ones and building larger and fewer ones. And I think that's a conversation that 20 years from now or 15 years from now, this community has to have. And I would just note that East Providence's brand new high school, in a conversation with their superintendent last week, they've had 100 new students come back into East Providence High School. So I think new facilities are a draw for families. And I think that, we don't have a lot of examples, but East Providence is probably the most pertinent one. And it does draw people back into the schools. And these were new kids. These weren't freshmen coming in. These were kids who were 10, 11, 12 when they're coming back to East Providence High School. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more question. Can I ask a question on placement of Pilgrim High School? Would someone be able to answer that?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. As far as Pilgrim's placement, I understand it will be on the football field side. Can you tell me, in anything I've read, it keeps speaking about the parking lot being set back in a buffer zone for the Pilgrim Parkway neighbors? The high school also has neighbors behind it on Eveleth, Benbridge, and Iroquois. How far back will it be to the fence on Eveleth? Will the neighbors there have a buffer zone, have the same as the front of the school?
Excuse me, Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction. It is pushed back farther than the existing school, but not substantially. There is space between that and that existing fence. And you are able to drive around the building, so there is space there.
So will it be the space of a road, or will it be additional space?
There should be additional, you can't have the road right up against it. There will be some additional space.
Can you tell me how much, or?
Not, since the plan is not exactly, it's schematic, it is conceptual, so I don't have specific distances at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any more questions from members of the public? Any more questions from members of the public? Okay, hearing none, we will go back to the city council. So we have been discussing this for 2.5 hours at this time. So I'm going to give everyone one last comment if they want to make a comment, and then again, I'm going to ask for a motion on this PCR 21-22. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I just want to say I started this off with comments, and I am going to vote in favor of sending it to the next step. I just have a lot of concerns about the cost and return on the dollar, and being a 40-year long educator, I know how important it is for our community to have state-of-the-art buildings, but we have to balance that with the concerns of taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. First, a point of order question for our city council solicitor. I know that I saw in the finance director's memo, and I'm not certain if this applies as to the vote tonight or the later vote if it's approved tonight. And if it passes, further passes the process with RIDE, further process with the school committee. I guess to get to the question, does the vote tonight require an 8 out of 9 majority of the council, or does it require just a normal 5-4 simple majority?
Thank you, Councilman. A simple majority is all that's required. The reference to the 8, it's 8 council people need to vote for it because it's in the general law. It's about voting on the exception to the debt capacity question that requires a supermajority under the state law to proceed on that. So that is a question for the bond opportunity that may follow following RIDE review. That is not applicable to the vote before us this evening.
Thank you. Then I'll keep my closing remarks short. I don't take lightly this amount that the bond is suggested to be. I do understand, and there have been a lot of conversations, meetings between the school committee, building committee, and I do understand the logic in having the 2 schools as opposed to one or the other, and the 2 schools as opposed to building one mega high school. The price tag, that's hard to swallow. But what are our alternatives here? Doing nothing? Doing nothing would just leave our students in a terrible position, and it would leave the future of the city as a whole in an even worse position if we sit around and do nothing for years longer. It's only a matter of time until Pilgrim degrades to such a point, and for that matter, Tollgate too, that it, to the degree that it is adequately serving students right now, which for many students it simply is not, but it's coming quickly to the day that we simply aren't going to be able to hold classes in these buildings. These buildings were not designed for the 21st century, much less designed to last as long as they have. So when we're looking at these designs that are very ambitious, and they come with a hefty price tag, well, we might think that the conditions in our current schools really aren't so bad. Well, I'll suggest that perhaps there are some ways to pare down some of the more ambitious aspects of these designs while satisfying the future needs for our schools and our students to have a safe, warm, dry place to study, environments that are conducive to 21st century learning, such as simply making sure that we have proper electricity in there for modern technology, that the technology of today and the technology that's going to come out a decade, 2 decades from now. We have to have that capacity. We have to have, if we're designing a 21st century high school, we're going to need larger space because teaching has moved away from just teaching in rows to teaching in groups, having different work areas. There is a lot that these new high schools would improve upon. But that's all of that vision. Let's not allow that vision of what the future should be to mask how bad things are right now, and the fact that we're not going to be just treading water by not investing in our new schools. We're sinking. This is a bad situation right now with our schools, and we need to proactively do something about it. And that time to act is now. We can't afford to just sit around and wait, because the cost of doing nothing is far higher than the cost of doing something to right the ship here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to, remind the school department that there's been a lot of questions that have gone unanswered here tonight. There's some financial questions that haven't been answered, and we certainly will expect the answers on that, particularly given the fact that we do have another vote on this. This isn't the final vote. Also, at least from my perspective, it is going to be extremely important to me to see those evaluations from other owner project managers regarding the engineering firm or any engineering firm that you choose to build one or two new schools, given the fact that it's basically all about the engineering. So I am going to be really looking forward to seeing what those evaluations are of whomever the engineering firm is. We all know that that's the critical part of this whole process. We don't want to be paying to redo anything. That's it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Sinapi.
There we go. I'm gonna mute it. So just a few quick things. One, Mrs. Walsh's point about the process. She doesn't necessarily have any reason to know this. I don't fault her for it. This has been going on for years, many years, with public involvement and feedback being provided over those years. Sometimes at closely held meetings where everyone was actively engaged, sometimes in group settings, sometimes in larger settings like this. This is far from the first time. And the reason why the plans are what they are is in large part due to the public involvement. This isn't just the superintendent and the school committee, sat together in a room and decided on these plans. This is from a lot of people and a lot of time. And one thing that we haven't mentioned tonight, and I'm not going to harp on because I harp on it every time I bring it up because it bothers me. Part of the reason why we're in this situation is RIDE. RIDE creates the problems that we're facing when it comes to building schools by tacking on millions of dollars worth of fees that if you're, let's say in Massachusetts, don't need to get paid, because in Massachusetts, there's literally a website that says, here are all the school designs that you can pick from that we've previously approved. You can pick one, you can go with that. In Rhode Island, that's not an option. RIDE does not let you do that. RIDE makes you go pretty much from scratch every time, regardless of the cost. They don't care. It's not about the kids. It's about, it's about something. You're going to have to ask them, but it doesn't make logical sense. Doesn't make financial sense. And all it does is hurt the city, the kids. The other part is the fact that we were on track to have this project done with renovations to both buildings previously. Before at 11th hour, they decided to close the book on that one unilaterally. And bearing in mind, we had a well-renowned expert come in, have lots of meetings, I think over the course of years even. It took a while because he did his job well. We had a cross-section of the community, students, teachers, administrators, legislators, all get together to figure out the best thing and the best option. They all determined that based on his expertise over the years of renovating schools, including high schools, that there wouldn't really be a disruption to learning and it'd be worth doing. RIDE, in its infinite wisdom, disagreed. And now here we are with a project that obviously costs much more. And so one of the callers' points, what about all these other schools? They're older. Why aren't we replacing them? Well, to be honest, we weren't supposed to replace these. That was not the plan. RIDE doesn't care, unfortunately, what we think, what any of us think, what our expert thought, what the community think, nobody. So if anyone has a bone to pick, I strongly encourage you pick it with RIDE, because we are spending millions in some cases, and actually over 100 million more than we should be, because RIDE's too ignorant and too full of themselves to care. So keep that in mind.
Thank you, Councilman. Solicitor Walsh, I believe you just have a quick grammar amendment to just clean things up, and then I'm going to entertain a motion. Solicitor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is to clarify a typo on line 29. The first word says state, it should be stage, so the amendment would be to delete state and insert stage on line 29.
Thank you very much. Councilman Foley, would you like to make that amendment?
Yes, I move we amend as stated.
Do we have a second on that? Second by Councilman Howe. Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Okay, the amendment passes. Councilman Foley.
I make a motion for favorable action on this
As amended?
resolution.
As amended?
As amended. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Thank you.
second by Councilman Howe and Councilman McElroy. Any additional questions that were not asked earlier this evening?
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Howe.
not a question, but just a thank you to Councilman Sinapi, and I would like to second and co-sponsor all his statements about the Rhode Island Department of Education. Thank you.
The record will reflect it.
I like to be added to that too.
Me too.
No problem. Yeah, Don is giving the thumbs up too. Okay, hearing none other questions, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCR 21-22A as amended.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you very much. The motion passes. I would like to thank everyone who participated this evening, the school committee, the school department, members of the public. A lot of questions, a lot of information was brought forward this evening. Now it moves to the next step. It goes to RIDE. So please reach out to your council people, reach out to the school committee with additional questions, with your concerns. Let us know. This moves it forward to the next step. So I thank our colleagues on the school committee, and Madam Chair, thank you very much. And Superintendent, thank you.
Thank you.
Council President McAllister, I'd like to thank you and the members of the council as well to support stage 2 submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Great
I
work,
second
everybody.
that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for putting your time and energy and your thought process into this. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, what I'm going to ask is we still have a number of business to take care of. I would like us to go back into the appointments committee. We have a one more appointment to be considered. Then we have public safety committee. Then we'll reconvene to the full city council. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess so everyone can get up and stretch their legs, and we will reconvene at how about 9:55. So we'll do a little more than 5 minutes, and we'll be at 9:55. We will reconvene in the appointments committee. Thank you.
Just a heads up, Councilman Foley, you're not muted.
Do we want to start assembling the appointments committee? Chairman Gephardt, Councilman Ricks, who is the third? Councilman Sinapi, I'm guessing.
Yep, Councilman Sinapi is here. Okay, the time is now 9:56 and appointments is back. We completed our first appointment and we are now on to the municipal court judge. Your Honor, Judge McElroy is here. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
So nice to have you here tonight. I know that there may be some questions or some comments of support from the group, and I know that you wanted to say a few things. I just had a brief opening question of, you've been at this now for about 3 years, and just want to see how things are going in the Warwick Municipal Court.
They're going well. I'm definitely enjoying this new role. Portions of it were unexpected. We had a big chunk of that time was during COVID, but I think we're back on track, and yeah, I think it's going well. We have great staff, and yeah, I mean, it's court, so not everyone's always happy to be there, but we try to move things along swiftly and treat everybody fairly.
That's great. Are there any initiatives or sort of focus area for you on this next term? Anything that you're looking to do?
I think what I would like to do is see more of the process turn into a more digital format, streamline work so it's not being repeated by different individuals. I know that there are some things in place with the Cranston Municipal Court that I had initially started exploring, and then, like I said, we kind of got disrupted with COVID. But I think that if we can make it easier for everybody to handle this business online, I think if there's easier communication between, what the police department is inputting into their systems, that it automatically kind of gets populated in ours. I think it might lessen the amount of hours people are, just doing data entry. I'm hopeful of that, but I'm needing to understand those systems as well. So, but that's definitely something we're looking to do.
Yeah, that's great. That sounds good. I will open it up to members of the committee. So, Councilman Sinapi, I believe you had your hand raised first.
Just a quick reminder, because it always stuck with me back when Judge McElroy was first appointed, that even the detractors or the opposition, as you may want to put it, all pointed out that she was overqualified for this position. It just bears reminding. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So I guess I'll start out by referring back to a few years ago. My standard for review here, if you can pardon the legal pun, is the nominee qualified, the nominee of the mayor? And so, same as it was 3 years ago, the answer is absolutely yes. I would also just want to add on a little note beyond that, when speaking with folks who have appeared in front of Judge McElroy, I've always received the feedback that Judge McElroy is fair. And I've also received feedback that indicates that, she's very fair and understanding when it comes to pro se litigants, which is especially important in the municipal court. As I see it, one of the main functions of the municipal court, why we have a municipal court, as opposed to just sending everybody off to the traffic tribunal or up to the district court or, respectively, those other forums, is that this is really in large part a matter of keeping things more accessible and more convenient and really more fair for our residents here in Warwick, so that they don't have to appear on a very long calendar in a district court that's handling far more cases, and so that they can also have a little bit more time to be heard, a little bit more flexibility, so that especially with the times that the court is in session, that's largely so that more people don't have to take time out of work. So I think that our municipal court plays a very important role here in the city. And I think that Judge McElroy is doing an excellent job fulfilling that role. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Your Honor.
Good evening.
I can't believe so much time has passed so quickly. And having said that, things change over time. But I have to say, I have, as you know, I've been in your courtroom on numerous occasions, particularly in the last couple of months. And you run an outstanding courtroom. I have had nothing but the highest praise and accolades for the job that you're doing. I've witnessed it firsthand. You maintain control, you exercise discipline, you give all the latitude that's necessary to those people who are not necessarily coming before you with all the great things. I speak with minimum housing often because I spend a lot of time on minimum housing issues. And the job that you're doing in moving us beyond this problem or these problems that have just festered for so many years is very commendable. There's no nonsense. You give people the opportunity to correct it, but God help them if they're coming back before you and they haven't lived up to what your expectations are, etc. So I'm really honored and proud to support you in this reappointment. I've witnessed it firsthand. You're doing a great job, and I want to thank you for that. And also, as I think one of my colleagues indicated, I have also had folks who have appeared before you and have accolades as well. So they just had to stand tall for the law, but yet they were pleased with how respectful you were in dealing with whatever their issues are. So thank you for that, and I'm going to be happy to support your reappointment.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. I believe the Council President has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge, great to see you this evening. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you. I was proud to support you a few years ago. I thought you were, as Councilman Ricks mentioned, overqualified for the position. It's always great to have people in the public sector that are overqualified and have excellent experience. I think your temperament, you run a great meeting or a great courtroom. And I just really appreciate it. And like I said, I was proud to support you before, and now I'm even more proud that to vote to reappoint you. I think you're doing an excellent job, and we're lucky to have you. And I just want to thank you for serving our community.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council President. Who is next? Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard nothing but the best when it comes to you being in your courtroom. I have not had the pleasure of watching you, of course, but everybody seems very happy when they walk out, that the fact that you treated them with respect and you did what you felt that you had to do. And I'm very proud to be able to reappoint you also.
Who is next?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I've heard nothing but the best when it comes.
What's that, repeating?
Thank you, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Your Honor, and I wanted to also say that I think the council president kind of stole a little bit of my comment when he said that he was honored and happy to support you in your initial nomination and appointment, and I'm proud and happy to say that I was as well, one of the first to appoint you. Your references, recommendations, and the resume you came with was enough on your own, in your own manner, to put you in the position you are in now. And we're lucky to have you, and I'm grateful to have you representing this city as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Apologies to my colleagues, but I'm going to call on the mayor, as he probably should get some sleep one of these days, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. I actually came home during all this, so I'm in my PJs. I'm really relaxed. But I just want to speak with Judge McElroy, and I had a little trouble getting on Zoom from here. When I first got there, Kelly came to see me, and I sat down and I told her we wanted to increase traffic enforcement, and I didn't know how that was going to affect the courts. She was good enough on her own time to come back and meet with Chief and I, and we went over this. Everyone says what a wonderful job she does. She even pleases Lynn. I mean, and that you all know that's a chore. I really don't care for you guys saying she's overqualified, because I don't want to lose her. So, let's stop that stuff. But I mean, it's an honor, and I was so glad I could reappoint her as our sole judge.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Foley.
I just want to voice my support also. Thank you for your service to the city. It's always great to have good people in important positions. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Councilman.
And Councilman Lattiser, one more bite at the apple here. Okay. He said he thinks you're doing a wonderful job.
I was muted, so you couldn't hear me. I said, sorry, I still had my hand up in error.
Okay.
I took it down.
Are there any other members of the council who haven't had a chance to speak yet, or would like to say something? Any members of the public? Judge McElroy, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say thank you, obviously, to Mayor Picozzi. We did not know each other before you won your election, and it's just been a pleasure working with you. I appreciate your confidence in me and reappointing me. I'm really enjoying this position, so thank you for that.
You've earned it, Judge. You've earned it.
Thank you. And I just want to thank all of you on the council for your support. Thank you, Mr. President and Chairman Gebhardt, for accommodating me this evening. I'm not sure if you knew, I teach a law class at Roger Williams Law School from 5 to 8 on Monday evenings. So thank you for not having me need to cut out time out of the class, because we don't have enough time as it is to get everything done we need to do in our 3 hours. So I appreciate you giving me this time at the end of your very long evening. And that's it. I'm really enjoying this position. As you've pointed out, this is a court where, we are reaching people that typically you wouldn't see in any of the statewide courts. We see a lot of people, this might be their only access or involvement in the court system. And I want to be respectful. It's not hard to do. I mean, it's not that there's any reason to be anything but respectful. And I do try to, especially, with the housing matters, we see people before the court that they don't want to be there. They're not willingly, being difficult. Some of them just don't have the means to handle the things that they need to handle. So, we try to be patient with them, but also be mindful of, your constituents who are living alongside them. So I'm hoping that I can continue to keep that balance and keep everybody happy. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, having heard from the council, the committee, and the public, I would entertain a motion.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, reappointment.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to all the good work. Thank you so much for your hard work and for your service.
Thank you so much. Nice seeing you all.
You too.
Have a good evening.
There being no further business before the appointments committee, we will adjourn at 10:12.
We still have one committee to meet, and that's the Public Safety Committee, and that is ready whenever Mr. Chairman Foley calls it.
Calling the meeting to order now at 10:12. First order of business is the acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on December 20th. Motion,
So moved.
you're muted, Councilman McElroy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
First is a resolution relative to claims. Excuse me a second. Always do that. I know what I'm looking for. The first one, I believe, is Carl Anderson. Am I saying that right? I hope. And the recommendation is for approval in the amount of $300. Anyone on the committee have any comments?
All seems to be in order.
Any members of the council have questions? Not seeing any hands. Anyone in the public? Any comments? Seeing no hands, can I have a motion?
Move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The next one is for Mr. Harrower. And there's a recommendation. I think there's a slight error on that one, though. I think the amount should be $190.25.
I concur.
So do we need a motion, Mr. Walsh, to make that change? Solicitor Walsh?
As you're gonna vote these items favorably in the standard way, they can stay on the consent calendar, and it's just put the motion in with the amount the way Councilman Ricks just did in adjusting it to the state limit of 300 in the prior item. The lowest award here would be the practice here.
All right. So do we have a motion? I'm sorry, any members of the council comments, questions? Any members of the public? So do we have a motion to award this in the amount of $190.25?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, Dennis Lopresti. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing these right. This is in the amount of $277.31. Any comments from the committee? Any comments from the council? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action in the amount of $277.31.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, Jennifer Veltri. The recommendation is for approval in the amount of $260.77. Any comments from the committee? From the council? From the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action in the amount of $260.77.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The last claim is for John Walsh. And the approval in the amount of $300. Any comments from the committee? From the council? From the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Back to the docket. Item number 2 is PCR 1622, a resolution to reduce the speed limit on Pleasant View Road from 25 to 20. I'm asking for favorable action. There was a traffic study done for this. Any questions from the committee? From the council?
I have a question.
Councilman Sinapi.
Did you have an engineering report with this as well?
Yes, the police department ran it by. I believe that if I'm remembering this right, and Joanne, if you're still with us, correct me if I'm wrong. It was already posted at 20 miles an hour on that street, but there was no ordinance or resolution paperwork following it. So this is just making the paperwork up with what the sign says.
Yeah.
But answering your question directly, yes, they did reach out and it was approved with engineering.
Yes, Director Earls did sign off on this as well as the traffic study from the police department.
That must be nice. All right, thanks.
So do we, any other questions from the council? Questions from the public? Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Third item, PCR 1822. A resolution, I'm sorry, 1822, yes. Resolution in regards to erecting stop signs on Salic Street, Limestone Street, Langley Street, where they each intersect with Horse Neck Road. For action, Councilwoman Travis?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I like favorable action. This is followed by a traffic study. This is located right near Oakland Beach School. And Horse Neck Road is a very long road. It's like 2,300 feet in length. And it's considered a secondary road. These other three streets are the three streets that remain that do not have stop signs. And because of the busing issue that we have less buses, more kids are walking on this street. And it does have a favorable action for the traffic study.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? From the council? From the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion for favorable action?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4, PCR 1922, resolution regarding installing a marked crosswalk and signage on the southern side of Gordon Avenue at the intersection of Horse Neck Road. For action, Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, this is also a favorable action coming out of the same traffic report. At that area near Oakland Beach School. It's a mock crosswalk with the signage being placed there. And again, for the safety of the children, it's been approved with the traffic study.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? From the council? From the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
Favor? Aye.
Aye.
Finally, item 5, a PCR 2022, a resolution regards to erecting a stop sign on Harrob Avenue where it intersects Arnold's Neck Drive. For action, President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. I also have a positive traffic study. Councilman Foley, sorry, I keep calling him Mr. tonight. Councilman Foley. I have a positive traffic study. Arnold's Neck Drive is the road in and out. It's the only way in and out to Arnold's Neck neighborhood. So gets a lot of lot of traffic, and it comes down on a hill there. So this was requested by the neighbors, supported by the traffic study, and asked for your support.
Since you corrected yourself, I have no problem with moving it forward. Do we have any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr.
That
Chairman,
being
before
no-
you adjourn this committee, we do have additional minutes from the December 20th meeting, if the folks could make a motion accordingly.
I'm sorry, my mistake, sir. Thank you for catching me. So we have a motion for the minutes, the other set of minutes from the December 20th meeting. Do we have a motion for favorable action?
Move to approve the same.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Solicitor. Oh, I'm sorry. So the meeting adjourns at 10:22.
Thank you very much. We are going to move back into the full council meeting. I'm just going to give the solicitor a minute here to catch up. Just for if you're joining us at home, we had called the council meeting at 7 o'clock. We have done roll call, salute to the flag. We have done general communications and executive communications. We accepted the minutes for the July 19th meeting. And then we moved up an item that was on listed in number 2 under unanimous consent, PCR 21-22. We have addressed that as well. So if you're following along at home, we are back at number 1 on the agenda, which is announcement of appointments. So I'm going to call on Councilman Gephardt to read in the announcement of the appointments. These are appointments that did not require confirmation. Councilman Gephardt.
Okay, announcement of appointments. Let me just make sure I'm at the beginning. To the planning board, Benny Bergatino, Linda Paulselli, Stephen Catalano. To the school building committee, William Facenti and Armin Lucy.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Next up, number 2 this evening is appointments requiring confirmation. The first is Historical Cemeteries Commission Committee Report, appointments.
So on the Historical Cemeteries Commission, the Honorable Francis Flaherty, the committee recommends favorable action.
Could you move that for me, Councilman?
I move favorable action.
Second by Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Howe, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Foley, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Ricks. Are there any questions that were not discussed earlier this evening in the appointments committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser. Mr. Lattiser,
Yes, 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 yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Rick.
Yeah.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis,
Yes.
and yes, appointment passes.
Thank you. The appointment passes. Next up is an appointment to the Municipal Court Committee Report, appointments.
Yes, Judge Kelly McElroy. Committee recommends favorable action.
For action, Ward 8, she lives in Ward 8. So Councilman Sinapi, would you like to do the honors?
Gladly, I move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Gephardt. Are there any questions that have not been asked during committee earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. McElroy,
Recuse.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis,
Yes.
8 yes, 8 yes, 1 abstention. Appointment passes.
Thank you very much and congratulations again, Judge. Next up is number 3 on the agenda that we go moving to the consent calendar. This is PCR 22-22, resolution relative to bids, committee report finance.
Move favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
Second by Councilman Gephardt. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 22. Oh, here we go. You're absolutely right, Councilman Lattiser. Bid 2022.
Say that again, please.
You say yes as many times as you did. We'll do just fine. Bid 2022-316 redistricting services. Bid 2022-305 manage engine 80 self-service. Bid 2022-318 uniform badge number boards. Bid 2022-280 police pre-employment medical exams. Bid 2022-309 purchase chemical ammunition. Bid 2021-240 Bravo, City of Warwick, District 6, gasoline, low sulfur diesel, ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. Bid 2022-321 Municipal Fire Training Program. Bid 2022-275 Fire Department Class B uniforms. Bid 2022-322 Repair Rescue 14. Bid 2022-314 State of Rhode Island Electrical Services. Bid 2022-291 Alpha, overhead door repair and replacement. Bid 2022-291B, overhead door repair and replacement. Bid 2022-312 State of Rhode Island fire extinguisher maintenance and repair. Bid 2022-256 frames, grates, and covers. Bid 2021-134 heating oil. Bid 2022-313 State of Rhode Island lamps, ballasts, and related electrical supplies. Bid 2022-307 grinder pump repair, Bend Street. And bid 2022-320 GASB 75 OPEB actuarial services.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Are there any questions that were not asked way back in the Finance Committee earlier this evening? Hearing none, we will move to abatements, PCR 23-22, committee report finance.
The committee voted favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action in the amount, I wrote down, correct me if I'm wrong, please. I wrote down $3,707.10. That's what I wrote down. I don't have it directly in front of me from the document.
Yeah, that sounds good. Mr. Walsh?
Yes, 3779.10.
And Councilman Gephardt, you wanted to second that motion? Second by Councilman Gephardt and Councilman Foley. All right, any questions on the abatements? Okay, we are going to move to 3 now. It's PCR 24-22, resolution relative to claims committee report, public safety.
We have 5 claims tonight. They're all for favorable action.
For action, Councilman, if you just move it one more time, Councilman Foley.
We move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Gephardt. Go ahead, Councilman Foley.
One for Mr. Anderson for $300. Thomas Harrower for $190.25. Mr. Lowe Cresty for $277.31. Ms. Veltri for $260.77, and Mr. Walsh for $300.
Any questions on the claims? Okay, now we're going to vote on the consent calendar as a whole. Are there any questions on the consent calendar as a whole? That is the last 3 things we just did: PCR 22-22, PCR 23-22, and PCR 24-22. Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on the consent calendar.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. We are now moving to unfinished business on the agenda. First up is PCO 39-21, committee report ordinance, and I believe we have an amendment with this.
Right, so the committee moved this for favorable action for the purpose of discussion. I know Solicitor Walsh has crafted the clause to get added in.
So can I get a motion for favorable in a second, then we'll call on Mr. Walsh.
So move for favorable action.
Second by Councilman Ricks. Thank you. And Councilman Lattiser. Go ahead, Chairman Sinapi.
So Solicitor Walsh, I think you have the clause we're going to add in.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and members of the council. As we left off in discussion earlier, there was one small set of clerical amendments that we wanted to put in, and that was amending on page 2, line 5, after the word value, insert staff shall obtain, and after the word offerers, changing the word from to for. That was a clerical amendment, and then we had more extended debate that asked for me to put together some additional language that was focused on the concept of effectively a bid deposit. That there is a provision that's in this that we're already adding about requiring a deposit as it relates to when executing a purchase and sale agreement, but there's concerns about someone being awarded a as the best bidder, to be the successful bidder, but concerns about what happens should there be non-performance. So, and it's balancing the city's interest of trying to ensure enough activity that people do bid on the front end, but aren't all required to put a significant sum down as part of the full bid process. So the question is, what's that reasonable alternative? And with some research that I've done during the course of the meeting as well, I came up with some language for your consideration to add to the amendment to line 5 that I had previously stated for clerical issues, which is to add a new section. And logistically, I would probably insert this as a new subsection D on line 10 on page 2 and redesignate the current, what you see is proposed to be D as a new subsection E. So just putting it in that place. And it reads something like this as follows. The city may require a bid deposit not to exceed 5% of a property's assessed value to accompany bid submissions under this section. All bid deposits, except that of the successful bidder, shall be refunded or returned within a reasonable time after the identification of the successful bidder. The successful bidder's bid deposit shall be applied to the purchase price at closing or forfeited to the city as liquidated damages for non-performance should a successful bidder fail to timely execute a purchase and sales agreement or to close the sale as determined by the city solicitor, and provided that notice of forfeiture is provided at least 15 days in advance and the successful bidder has an opportunity to cure the non-performance within such timeline. So, and just for a logistics sake, the amendments that any amendments that we make this evening is going to be returning this item to first passage. So we'll have another opportunity to see the full verbiage after tonight's vote as a subsequent meeting as well. And so if there's any questions about the additional language, I'm happy to take your input.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. And I believe you worked with the planning director on the language.
I did
as well. And the planning director is available if there's any council members that have any questions.
Mr. President, that addresses my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lattiser. Councilman Lattiser. Any other questions?
Tonight. Woo.
I'm very formal tonight, yes. Any other questions on the amendment? No? Okay, we need a motion on the amendment first. Councilman Sinapi. Councilman Sinapi moves it favorable as amended. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Lattiser. Okay, I see the planning director has his hand up. Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, so in light of this change, right, does that mean we're deleting the sentence on lines 7 and 8. Because we don't need the 20% deposit anymore, right? Or
So they're two separate things, is my understanding.
Yeah, correct.
Yes, because we are not making any change to the purchase and sale deposit. Effectively, what we've said is the bid deposit is a supplementary step that ensure that it is a guard against non-performance of either someone be identified and then backs out and doesn't complete the purchase and sale, or should they get to the purchase and sale and not complete to closing for whatever reason, the city has the ability to hold this bid deposit, which is either, the only two ways out of it are applying it to the close, in which case we've completed the process and everything's all set, or if we don't get through either step of the process, the city has this is a liquidated damages provision available, provided that the city solicitor will have to address the timeliness and reasonableness of how they go about these processes, because there are other requirements under the proposal about getting appraisals and checking other boxes. So there's a reasonableness component that the solicitor will have to fulfill, but I feel like the language provides enough guardrails here that we have something that protects us on that end of the process and makes clear that when someone enters into this, that they need to understand these provisions and the city can hold them accountable if they don't.
And it gives them time to cure. So even if someone tried to cry foul, they do have a chance to fix it.
Yes, there is that extra catch-all should communications and other things not happen, they get put on notice that we're not, the city is going to move to forfeit this item on you, and then we'll be able to undo the award and other things, but we'll be able to maintain that fund not to exceed 5% of the sales price.
Thank you. Any more questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes to amend.
Thank you very much. Councilman Sinapi, would you like to move the amendment?
Move favorable action as amended.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Howe. Any questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on favorable action as amended.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes as amended.
Thank you. It passes, and that is now first passage. So it will come back for second passage. Thank you. Next up is on the agenda this evening is new business. First up is PCR 16-22, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Favorable action, I'm sorry, recommend favorable action.
Okay, do we have a second? Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman McElroy. Any questions that were not asked earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Ms. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Number 2 this evening is PCR 18-22, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Recommend favorable action.
Second by Councilman McElroy, Councilman Gephardt. Any questions that were not asked in the Public Safety Committee earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Number three this evening is PCR 19-22, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis.
I move favorable action on PCR 19-22.
Second by
Aye.
Councilman
Yeah.
Lattiser and Councilman McElroy. Any questions that were not asked earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Travis,
Yes.
and yes, motion passes.
Motion passes. Next up is number 4 this evening, which is PCR 20-22, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Favorable action.
Councilwoman Travis, can you move that for me, please?
I move favorable action on PCR 20-22.
Thank you. Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman McElroy. Any questions that were not asked earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
It's McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley, Mr. Foley,
Yes. Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
Yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. We now move to unanimous consent. So the first up is PCO 1-22. This is for second passage. The first question I need to ask the council, is there any objection to hearing PCO 1-22 at this time under unanimous consent? Okay, hearing that there is no objection, we will now consider PCO 1-22. This is for second passage. Councilman Sinapi.
Well, unfortunately, this problem is no less an issue, so I request second passage.
Thank you very much. Do we have second, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Foley, Councilman Howe? Any questions? Again, this is for second passage on PCO 1-22. Any questions from members of the public? As this is under unanimous consent and did not go through the committee. So I just want to make it available if there's any members of the public. Any members of the public? Okay. Then hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, second passage.
Thank you very much. Second passage. And again, great work, Councilman Sinapi, for bringing this forward. This affects not just your ward, but the entire city of Warwick. Next up on the agenda, we have already addressed, which was PCO 21-22. That moved favorable as amended. Ward 1, are there anything for you to like to docket under unanimous consent?
Pass.
Ward 2,
Pass.
Ward 3,
Pass.
Ward 4,
pass,
Ward 5,
Pass.
Ward 6,
Pass.
Ward 7 passes, Ward 8,
Pass unless I'm forgetting something, Solicitor Walsh.
The question, I know that the planning director was hoping that we'd have
Oh,
a
you're right. Yep.
second passage moved up if it's the pleasure of any member of the council.
So yeah, I'll add that one. under unanimous consent.
9-1 now sub A.
what was that one again?
So the item that we just did, the large amendment to, which was already down for second passage, the planning director had hoped if we could continue this on a faster track if it's the council's appetite. So it would be PCO 3921 sub A to move its second passage for the second meeting at the next meeting.
So I'll add that under unanimous consent, please.
Okay. In Ward 9, anything for unanimous consent? He passes. Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
Any objection to moving to docket session? Hearing none, we are now in the,
Mr. President, I sorry, one other thing. At the beginning of the meeting, we didn't get a move and second on the council minutes. We could just revote that quick on the acceptance of the minutes, January 19th. I know we did a voice vote, but if we could get someone to move it and second it and go from there.
sure, Councilman Gephardt,
I'll move that.
and
Seconded.
second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Foley, Councilman Howe, and Councilman McElroy. Any questions on the minutes? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the minutes.
You can do the voice vote at this point. It was just-
Okay, voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you.
All right. So now, is there any objection from anybody, including the solicitor, of us moving to the into the docket session? Okay, we are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening?
Pass.
Ward 2,
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4,
pass,
Ward 5,
Pass.
Ward 6,
Pass.
Ward 7 passes, Ward 8,
1, a resolution naming the primary roadway between Route 115 and Route 117 servicing Tollgate High School, Whitman Middle School, and the Impossible Dream in honor of Robert Shapiro.
committee. What do you recommend, Mr. Walsh?
I believe we should go public safety.
Public safety. Anything else, Councilman Sinapi?
No, thank you.
Ward 9.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This was a very informative and excellent meeting. Great discussion. Thank you for everyone who participated, and stay safe, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you again. Have a wonderful night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
thank you, you two guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Phil, thank you to you and your staff for helping us get a seamless meeting going.
Always a pleasure.